So today's topic is, as I mentioned, mental health preparedness. Fortify your mind, if you if you want to add that. So I think that it was something Mike mentioned when I was in my low mental state.
Yeah.
Uh, he mentioned that, so I took his word
I think
for it. So
it's definitely the case that the mental aspect of any survival situation is massive. You
yeah,
know, it could even be as much as probably more than 80% of what it takes to survive over a long period of time anyway.
yeah.
Almost any crisis. You can have
Hey
all the
there,
skills in the
Survivor.
world.
Good to see you.
You can have all the kit in the world, but if you don't have the mental aptitude to carry on and get yourself through that situation, then you could find yourself, like many people in the past have done, just sitting down and succumbing to whatever it is that's going on. And there's definitely lots of things we could talk about to sort of perhaps get through those kind of situations, or mental tools that you can employ, and things you can do, and generally just discuss why some people do that and what it is.
Yeah. Tuck by V says, I don't want to be mentally fit. I want to be eccentric and extremely wealthy. Yeah. Good luck with that. But um, mental preparedness, and well, first of all, I think it's a good thing to have. That is, create a plan. You can call it an action plan or whatever you want to name it. Okay, it doesn't matter. But I think you training has some part of it as well. Proper training and a plan that will do it basically.
I think the good thing about having, like you say, a plan and the training, what that allows you to do is not focus so much on what's going on, mentally. So you often hear soldiers, for example, or first responders say, well, the training just kicked in. It was a traumatic situation, but my training just took over. And so I knew what to do. I did this action, this action, this action. And they do it in a certain order based on the training that they have. And what that allows them to do is not overly think what's going on, which is what I suppose most people would do if they seen like a horrible accident at the side of the road or something. There would be so much going on that you would end up overthinking everything, and you could end up getting sort of a paralysis of what to do, and you end up freezing up. That's why people freeze. They're in shock of what's going on. But if you have training, whether it be physical training to physically do these steps if this thing happens, or just mental training to sort of compartmentalize what it is that's going on, then you have a much better a much better I don't even know how to word it.
Outcome.
Yeah. I mean, there's ultimately you're going to have a better outcome because you're going to run almost on a type of autopilot,
Yeah.
running through the actions that you need to do.
As Guardian says, muscle memory.
Yeah, that's it. It's like a mental muscle memory.
But it takes, you need to practice something 1,000 times to get it into your muscle memory.
Yeah. It's like I've heard the old 10,000 hour adage thing as well. If you practice something for 10,000 hours over a lifetime, that's as efficient as you're likely to be at that one thing. which is quite a lot. 10,000 hours. I think that's like 4 hours a day for 10 years or something. But what it's doing is it's just putting the repetition in your mind to get the neurons, the plasticity to sort of fire on, where they should be.
And I also think if you have a plan, you need to set up also certain protocols. Let's say for an SHTF situation. You can call it whatever you want, basically. But a protocol basically is set up by certain rules that you need to follow in a certain event.
Yeah, like a protocol, like maybe even a triage type way of organizing whatever it is that's going on.
Yeah. Welcome, Myra Page. Good to see you. Actually, I created my own protocol, and and that will be activated in a SHTF situation, basically.
Right.
So I call it the Shadow Protocols.
Catchy name.
It is basically, it's a lot of text I put down, but the first is activation and status protocol. And you have certain subcategories under the first one. 1.1 activation triggers, which means the protocol is active immediately upon confirmation of any of the following: grid down event, total loss of electrical power for a period of exceeding 24 to 48 hours, depending on regional stability. Civil unrest, conflict, confirmed widespread violence or unrest near the primary location or along planned routes. Imminent threat warning, official or reliable confirmed warnings of a major natural disaster, biological threat, or military action. Communication failure, complete prolonged failure of all standard communication method, cell, internet, landline. And then I have the 1.2 is initial actions, first 6 hours. These steps are non-negotiable and must be executed calmly and immediately. Priority, action, and responsibility. P1, confirm status. Check external information sources, radio, emergency broadcasts. And that is, for this protocol, you have a certain designated person to handle that. And that could be, I call it a designated comms officer, okay? And then you have the P2 then, the seal. Secure all windows and doors, activate perimeter alarms, low-tech warning systems, designated security officer. And then you have the P3, gather and stage, bring all family group members and essential gear bug-out bags to the primary rally point, safe room, all members. P4, resource, lockdown, move vulnerable supplies, water filters, fuel, ammo to secured storage, begin water rationing, designated logistics officer. P5, comms, check-in, attempt contact with external pre-approved contacts using the 333 radio plan. C action 4, designated comms officer. That is, I can't read everything in my plan, the Shadow Protocol, but you can build it up. I want to give you guys understanding of how you can build up a protocol like that. So, and it's a lot more information in it. Okay, so
there's lots of really good advantages to having a protocol like that as well. I mean, I can think of maybe 3 or 4 just off the top of my head. Imagine the first one being, if something were to happen to you, your wife or somebody could pick up that protocol and they have a
hey
plan, an action
Teresa,
plan. You know,
yeah,
they could follow what's going on without having to put too much thought into it. It's good as a sort of a document to hand on to somebody else. And I've spoke about this in the past before as well, and it's something I'm slowly but surely building up myself. I've got a very small version of that document, I think, and then I'm going to build on it a little bit more as well. I mean, the other good thing about it is it gives the person who's writing the protocol time and clarity to think through what each of the likely scenarios are likely to be based on their environment and what they think's going on. And they're able to write the protocol at a time where they're not under mental stress. You
yeah,
know, you're clearly thinking what's going on. It's not like you're trying to think about what the protocol of a house fire is while you're in the house fire. You know, you've long since
yeah,
drilled it and planned it through. So there's a great advantage to doing that there as well, I think.
yeah. Welcome to the Aquatic Network News Network. Good to see you. And what I mean with why it's good to have a protocol like this is that you prepare yourself mentally on a mental level because you have everything written down in a specific order. So you can print that out and you put it in a binder, and when things definitely go south, you can open that binder and read that protocol, and you know you have all the steps already made.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, another thing you could add to that protocol as well are the physical locations for certain supplies, for example. You know, if you have most of us probably have, you know, a shed or a spare room or something like that where we keep all of our equipment, all our gear and things like that. But perhaps your partner or your wife or whatever doesn't really know where these things are. So if you had an index in your protocol that says, you know, grid down situation, you need an emergency radio to try and get some information as to what's going on, and then you just have a little appendix to say where it is. You know, it's in the in the shed, and then you've put some sort of location grid in place to organize your stuff. So maybe you've got like plastic boxes, and you've got it in box A1 or something. I mean, you would have in there, go to box A1 in the shed, and you'll find the radio. Go to
Yeah,
box B2, and you'll find, batteries, etc.
yeah,
So you could always continuously update that as well about having physical, where the physical things are that you need to get through any situation. It might even be because you've got so much gear yourself, you don't know where
yeah,
everything is. I mean, it's like an inventory list as well as a protocol as to what to do. You can link up your inventory list to it as well. If you're a prepper that's got a serious, a warehouse full of stuff, there's no way you're going to know where everything is.
And the second headline in the protocol is security and fortification rules, which means the objective is to deter, detect, and defend. The best defense is often one that discourages an approach in the first place. Uh, that is one of the headlines I have. And then I have threat handling and engagement. That is number 3 in the protocol. And number 3, yeah, it's handling and threat handling and engagement. This defines the steps of initial detection to potential confrontation. So 3.1 is the 4Ds of threat response. And you have 3 sub headlines. Step, action, description. Deter is the first D. Show presence, discreetly indicate the location is occupied and prepared. A well-placed sign of visible, yeah, Guardian. Hey, Guardian.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Alan.
Yep.
Good to see
Good
you.
evening.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Good. Just happy it's the weekend, having a good one. Continue as you were, Shadow. I'll chime in now in a moment.
Yeah. And the second one is detect, early warning, use OPs and alarms. Identify the nature of the threat, curious, non-malicious, scout, gathering intel, or hostile intent to breach, harm. And the third one, D, is delay, fortify, and communicate. Initiate secondary physical defenses, alert all team members to condition red, use and intermediately communication, like a loudspeaker, to demand the threat leave without revealing numbers or specific capabilities. And the fourth one is defend, engage, last resort, only authorized members, security team engage following the rules of engagement, ROE. Priority is stopping the threat, not neutralizing. So that is one of the part of my little protocol, my shadow protocol, as I call it, because it's so nice to have a protocol that is called shadow.
Do you know another useful thing about having it laid out like that, like a set of rules, is it puts order in place. That having rules to follow, and you don't deviate from them. These are the rules. This is what we do. That can be a big advantage in an SHTF situation, because it brings order to the chaos that's going on. It doesn't matter who enforces the rules. The rules are all there for everybody to see. It's kind of one of the great things of civilization is having rules-based order where it's written down and it's clear to be seen. And the societies that enforce that the best without being totalitarian are usually the most prosperous, the most organized, the most civil. So having rules like that, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah. That is the point. You need to have clear rules that everybody understands and can follow.
Yeah, I think it's important. And then something that's rather interesting regarding mental health and preparedness is emotional maturity. People being able to handle different social scenarios with various amounts of people and do so without, losing your chill, basically, trying to maintain pretty much stability in everything that you say, and just obviously making sure that you're not panicking and stressing out, because if you are in any group scenario, it'll always help you a large amount to just be as focused as you can and to be as alert as possible. And you can only do so when you're in a calm state of mind. That's why one of the first forms of training that if you're pretty much entering any specific military, or if you're doing any training for security as well, they'll always tell you 100% that you have to try and remain calm in scenarios where even with your fight or flight kind of response, you just have to remain level-headed at all times. And that's one of the big things I believe about mental health.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you about that one. And to
There was,
have the protocol, yeah, if you can write down a protocol with this specific setup of rules that you need to follow, that will keep your mind some peace. Because if you don't have it and something happens, you cannot handle it in a good way as you should. So um,
I think when you were mentioning earlier about the training, you have to sort of train your mind as well to
yeah,
prepare for these kind of things. Something that I've done for a few years now, and I'm by no means fully proficient in it yet, but I would absolutely advocate this as a method for training your mind. And when you master it, it actually becomes something of it's almost like a little bit of a superpower, because you can really focus your mind in just about any situation. And that's the practice of something called mindfulness, which is a
yeah,
meditation practice. And it's not a difficult thing to learn how to do. It's mostly just focused on the breath, and there's a way of doing this in such a way that you almost, it's not that you come out of your own mind, but you notice everything. You notice everything around you, and it gives you time to sort of reflect on that. So if you feel an emotion, which a neurochemical reaction in your body, you
yeah.
notice it and you're able to address it, and you can hear what's going on and you notice it. And it's just about noticing things, and it starts with the breath. And it sounds a little bit strange to people who have not heard of this before, but mindfulness as a meditation practice is invaluable for a lot of people, and it's a fantastic way of training the mind. And there's no mysticism or anything like that about it. It's purely a tried and tested method. There's lots of books and apps and things like that. The one that I use and the one that I recommend is called Waking Up. It's an app. It is, you do pay for it. It's not that expensive, but I think it's worth it. It's done by a neuroscientist and philosopher and big podcaster called Sam Harris. He's very big on it. There's lots of YouTube videos of him talking about the power of mindfulness and the practices of it and things. And it's a fantastic thing, especially for somebody who finds themselves in a very difficult situation, because when you think about it, most of the things that cause you to believe that you're having some sort of breakdown, you're mentally having a breakdown. There's nothing physically wrong with your body other than the things that's going on in your head, which is triggering off other emotional responses, whether it be fear or complete despair or mourning or any of these things. They are ultimately all just things in your head. And something like the practice of mindfulness doesn't really remove those things, but what it allows you to do is identify exactly what they are, notice the feeling of it, and then address it. And the people who do it very, very efficiently can actually suppress their emotions to the point where they basically have none for a small period of time. It doesn't last forever, but that small period of time allows them to be able to rationally make a decision or do something. And if we're in an SHTF type situation, that's a very good thing to be able to do, is just take a few minutes to run through the practice of mindfulness, get a clarity of what's going on, and make a proper decision, and not one based off, overpowering or overwhelming emotion.
As Belt Loop said, you don't rise to the occasion, you fall down to your training or fall back on your training. Yeah.
Well, people do have an inherent instinct to survive. We are ultimately all the products of extreme survival throughout the millennia. Everybody's here because their ancestors survived great hardships, and we're the product of that. And there is a natural survival instinct in most situations. The thing that prevents people from utilizing your survival instincts to the fullest, particularly in Western countries, is we've been taught over the past couple of generations to suppress those feelings for various reasons. So by suppressing your natural instincts, whether it be fight or flight or something else, it makes you overly reliant on this other force, the police, the government, whoever is going to come and solve your problems for you. And what that causes you to do is make poor decisions, because you take yourself away from your natural gut instinct. The gut instinct's a real thing. The fight or flight response is a real thing. Survival instinct is a real thing. You don't really need training for these. It's genetically in there. We all have it. But obviously training allows you to hone these things and become vigilant to what's going on around you. And if you don't have the training, then you can have a protocol or a manual, like one that you've put together, Shadow.
Yeah, I have been thinking about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. I should create a protocol. And yesterday I put that together. So I call it Shadow Protocols.
Yeah.
So
I've got a question for Guardian as well.
Go ahead.
If you're there, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Yeah. I see. Like, I've been watching your videos recently, and you've got remarkable discipline when it comes to physical exercise and the mental sort of aspect of having to do that. Do you see a direct correlation between the mental health and mental focus and physical body health? There would have been, I'm assuming there would have been points in your life where you weren't as physically fit as you are at the moment. And then once you did some training and you became more physically fit, do you actually feel a difference mentally as well as physically? Is that? I mean, I'm nowhere near as, I've never been as fit, I don't think, as you are. So I would love to know if I could improve my mental aptitude by simply improving my physical aptitude. My suspicion is that they're linked, but I've got nothing to base that on.
So it's a rather interesting question, and I'll definitely floor it for about a minute. I'm happy to, and I'll also try to be as concise as I possibly can. And the reason why I mentioned that I need to be concise with a specific topic in the question is because it's something that is such a strong passion of mine that I can end up almost not rambling, but not even going on a tangent, but just getting so entwined in because of what I believe around it, and what it's given me, really, that sense of self-discipline and the structured approach to it. So if anybody ever wants to feel a much better sense of fitness in general, it's actually so much more simple than people really put. People overthink things, and I find that that's something that a lot of people put a lot of energy into when it comes to the outcomes of things. Like, they really do overcomplicate things quite a lot, and it's essentially to get into that frame of mind. It really does take the whole habit building thing, where you dedicate perhaps to anybody of any fitness level can absolutely become an immense level, like an immense amount more stronger and fitter, if they're willing to just put apart half an hour every single day, right? And I really believe that as soon as you get motivated into doing it within those first 2 weeks, if you do, for example, depending on your outcomes that you want from your exercise, it comes down to just making sure that, for example, for me, it's push-ups, because push-ups, if you repeat push-ups, it's it has one of the lowest forms of damage on your body if you were to take any exercise and repeat it consistently. So push-ups are something that almost anybody is capable of doing, and it almost restructures your entire frame. You'll feel your shoulders become more firm. If you're a man, they'll become a bit more wider. If you're a woman, they'll become more tight and compound in a way, and more structured. But you don't need to fear about them becoming too bulky as well if you're not wanting them to be. It all depends on what your outcome is. For myself, I just want to try and gain as much functional fitness. So my back and my core need to be as strong as possible. I think that that's something that really aids a lot. And the mental discipline that comes into that as well. Mental health preparedness is a brilliant topic and the subject for this evening's stream. And I'll end it here quickly by saying that I use the naysayers throughout my life who have, everybody's going to run into people that they don't always agree with and who will talk them down or tell them that they're not worth it or tell them that they'll bring out flaws because that's what people will sometimes do. You'll run into people that just don't gel very well with you, that just don't have almost like a symmetry. And people that put you down when you're younger or hardships that you've been through, everybody's got their own story about hardships and suffering that they've had, irrespective of where that suffering comes from and what the source is. But use that to your advantage. Use that to get into those 2 weeks. And you do it for yourself completely. You don't do it with anybody else, but you can legitimately take half an hour every day. That's all it takes over 2 to 3 weeks. And I can guarantee you that by the end of like those 2 to 3 weeks, if you're just dedicating half an hour of fitness and actually doing it every single day, irrespective of what type of workout it is, you guaranteed will start reaping the benefits. So getting in your mind, what do you want to look like? What do you want to build? What do you want to get out of those workouts as best possible? And what type of commitment do you really want to put into the results that you want? And then just consistently do that. Maybe you want to do walking, maybe you want to do cycling, you might want to do sit-ups or push-ups, like in my case, or pull-ups. Like you might want to do a different level of workout. You don't need weights or any money at all. It takes no money. That's the thing. You can do calisthenics, so the simplest of exercises done abundantly, and you'll be amazed at the results. You'll feel younger, you'll feel stronger, you'll feel more confident in social situations. You'll be a much more confident person. And I'll bring on my camera here in a moment as well. Sorry that my camera's not on for this whole long, conversation that we're having about this specifically, but you're right on the money, Alan. I absolutely, I'm about to be 40 in a month, in about 2 months. I'll be 40 years old. On the 31st of December, and that's a big date, right? It's 40. So like for me, I'm really happy with where I'm at right now, and I encourage anybody to like just try and dedicate that half an hour for 2 weeks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the healthy body, healthy mind principle. For
Absolutely,
sure,
yes.
That's definitely a real thing. Then, yeah. And yeah,
And
I know what you mean. I know what you mean about the 40. I'm 41 now, so.
No, it's a good age. It's a lovely age to be. I think that it's a very nice age to be because when you're in your 20s, you're still almost discovering yourself in some ways, and when you're 30s, you're also like a little bit still unshaky. But I think that when you get to about 40, you definitely start to gain a little bit more of that like perspective of, and it's not always the case because people's
Hey, Dix
journeys will
Outdoors,
impact
good to
them.
see you.
Good to see you, Diggs. Different people's journeys will impact them differently, right? So like it does come down to that. But I think that first and foremost, just taking whatever age you're at right now and what commitment you're willing to put into it, and healthy habits too. And also when it comes to schedule, if you saw what I do from a Monday to a Sunday, everything that I do on a day-to-day basis, like I have a crazy schedule. So I don't have a lot of time to sit and like do a workout for like 2-3 hours. I've got to make that half an hour count as much as possible. And that's what I think that people need to understand as well. You don't need to dedicate 3 hours every day. Just dedicate like a little bit every day makes a lot.
Yeah. I was listening to some research recently that was talking about the importance of sleep and recovery for mentally and physically as well. A lot of people cut out their sleep, and that has a massive mental drain on you over a period of time, and it has a physical drain on you, of course, as well. And it's not as clear cut as people say. It's 8 hours, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of play, 8 hours of sleep. For some people, it's different. It could be 4 hours, it might be 10 hours. But whatever your number of sleep hours are, you really should try and make an effort to try and get those every night and fully recover from whatever it is you're doing, whether it be working in an office or anything at all.
You know what? I haven't really shared much. Sorry, Shadow, I don't know if you've got input here before. I feel like I've been talking a bit too much there. I'm sorry.
No problem. I always like to hear your inputs.
It's a long podcast.
Yeah, I think that's partially what this turns into sometimes. So I'll just tell you something that I don't really talk about too often when it comes to my professional life and what I do. So you speak about sleep and fatigue, and that's been my career for almost a decade now. I work in risk management. So what we do is we monitor the sleep patterns in the roster, pretty much the sleep schedule of different people in different verticals. So manufacturing, aviation, logistics, mining, across different verticals as well. We look at the way that sleep has a certain impact on people's alertness levels, and we're able to kind of understand that. So it's rather interesting when it comes to, you mentioned sleep, understanding fatigue in that way, and just understanding what happens within circadian events as well, and understanding the capability that a person has to perform at their best. Essentially, we were able to lower incident rates by a large margin. We were able to reduce absenteeism, and we were able to increase productivity within the manufacturing realm. So what I do from a Monday to Friday, like, is a very busy life. I'm also a dad. I've also got a lot of other hobbies and activities. So fitness can't always be at the absolute forefront of what I'm doing. But it is the whole thing. As soon as you have the discipline to make sure that you're at least doing, like, a good couple of workouts per week, preferably, you can definitely get away with having a lot better situation mentally, gaining that level of confidence through what you do.
Yeah, and Diggs Outdoors has a point here too. He says another thing that folk seem to overlook while doing something is just stopping for a couple of minutes and letting the mind relax for a bit. Clears the head so you can get back on task. Yeah, that's a good point. People have a tendency to rush through things.
Yeah, I mean, some of the greatest scientists, Darwin and Einstein, they used to get some of their clearest ideas while they were just walking in the garden. They would do a loop of their garden, and that's where they would think. I mean, everybody's had that feeling maybe of standing in the shower, and you're just sort of standing there and you're thinking through things, but it gives you that little moment of clarity. It's interesting that Guardian was talking about the circadian rhythm as well, because I think in a modern society that's had quite a detrimental effect on most people's mental health, because we've took ourselves away from the rhythm of sun up, sun down, and we're connected now to blue screens on our phones, blue light and artificial light all the time, and these neon lights in offices and all this kind of stuff. Something I find interesting is when I spend a multi-day trip outdoors, most of the outdoor type stuff I do only lasts for a couple of days, sometimes one night. Every now and again, though, I like to spend 7 or 8 nights out in a row. And I find that very quickly you fall back into the rhythm that you were naturally sort of, evolved to be part of. You start to get tired when the sun goes down. You wake up much earlier than you ordinarily would without an alarm clock. The light is an indicator, as it seems to just start firing something off, and you feel better. You actually feel better after it. And it's only when I come back home and I get back into the sort of working grind of shift work and artificial lights and screens all the time that I seem to always have that never quite fully awake, never quite entirely tired sort of feeling. And, I suspect that's a combination of age, poor exercise, terrible diet, but largely as well, interrupted sleep and coming out of that, that rhythm. If I've got that right. I mean, Guardian is a lot more professional, a lot more expert than this than me by the sounds of it. So you might have some input into that.
Well, yeah, it is definitely, it comes down to the amount of sleep allocated as well. And then not just how much sleep you have available, because that's how the opportunity for sleep is different compared to your travel time, from your home to your working environment as well. There's a lot of variables that you've got to take into contemplation as well when you're measuring a specific individual and what their sleep states are. So when it comes down to your different sleep states as well, there's a couple of them, and there's different measurements that can be had. What to see what happens in your later sleep states when you are truly fatigued is those micro naps, and you lose the cognitive ability to perform at your best. And you can do something as mundane as putting a screwdriver on a machine top and walk away from it, and you'll be surprised how quickly that can end up being a fatal incident, just through different measurements, just through different machinery as well. And because some machinery, as it rattles, like that screwdriver can end up, there's so many small things where people's health can also be impacted. There was a colleague of mine who actually had and I won't go into a story because I don't know if she'd be okay with me doing so on a public platform. But she did have a very severe health condition. And because we were able to measure her sleeping patterns as well and notice that she was having more fatigue, she actually went into the doctor and was able to reveal that she had quite a significant situation regarding her health. And that was only, it's those indicators where fatigue starts to have an impact into a person's cognitive ability to perform their work as well as they can at the peak level that is required. So it does come down to understanding how imperative it is to get a good amount of sleep. And when we're talking about survival scenarios and mental health preparedness, we can also look at the way that in different situations, your anxiety and your stress hormones, as soon as a person starts to get overwhelmed with a good amount of anxiety, which is what we try to practice as preppers, right? We try to be a lot more in survivalists, people that are within different various elements within the society that are, whether it be long shift work as well, through security work. A lot of different people have unfortunately got severe scenarios that have occurred to them because of lack of sleep, and it does start to stack up. Your sleep diary, basically, what starts to be compounded is the amount of sleep that you're missing, and you can never truly get that back. It's not like you can make up on a Sunday with a whole day of sleep if you've only been getting 3 or 4 nights. Your body doesn't adjust like that. And then you'll also get people called night larks, where specific human beings are actually more prone to sleeping later in the evening, and it comes from our ancestral tribal ways as well as human beings, where we'd have some of the tribe that was actually more comfortable at sleeping in like later in the evening as well, going to bed much later. And it comes down to different human beings. So your specific requirements of sleep may change from person to person, but ideally the whole understanding of it and the science behind it is to really make sure that people are being able to perform at their peak, which is again at the 8 to 10 minimum hours of sleep as well. And there are people that have trained themselves to do micro sleeps. I know that somebody in the chat might like this comment, but if you look at Batman, it's extremely difficult to do that as well. And I'm not somebody that does that, but I know that, Batman in the law as well, having those micro sleeps and micro naps while he's busy performing his other tasks. I always find that quite intriguing, just on that same page, beneath the same breath.
Yeah, I know from I've worked as a long distance lorry driver in the past before. It's not what I do just now, but I've done that in the past. And I remember a few years ago, well, quite a few years ago now, I was doing what a trunking job, so I was, taking, it was cages full of food from Glasgow to Oban. And it's not a massively long drive, it's maybe 4 hours or something, 4 or 5 hours in a truck. But the roads are dark. They're in the Highland. They weave through the Highlands. They go to the west side of Scotland. So it's, you're not really on a motorway. And I was doing it late at night. And I remember doing that job one time, and I was going through, the Highlands of Scotland, and it was pitch black, and it was a fairly narrow, just 2-lane road. I was so tired, and I had the music up loud. I had the window down. The air was blowing in, and even the thought of me driving the truck off the road and crashing down the side of what would have probably been near fatal wasn't enough to stop me sort of nodding off, or nodding dog as we call it. And I had to pull over, and I was standing outside, and I was trying to get, shake myself up a little bit, and there was nothing I could do really to stop myself from feeling that way. And I got back in the truck and I drove on again, and I actually nodded off slightly, what was probably only for maybe a second. But I managed to completely cross the road and hit the verge on the other side of the road in that microsecond. Luckily, because it was so late at night, there was nobody else on the road. And it jerked me up, and it concerned me. Had another car been coming the other way, I almost certainly would have killed that person or killed myself. And, I just pulled over and I went to sleep for an hour. And, my truck was tracked, and I got reprimanded for it when I came back. And I says, look, I was all over the road. I didn't have enough sleep. I'm taking the hour. But after that hour, I felt a lot more refreshed, and I was able to carry on with the journey. And strangely, on the way back down from the trunking job, the sun was rising. And I always, as soon as the sun comes above the horizon, I just felt instantly awake, fully fresh, fully awake, perfectly okay again. Whereas just a couple hours beforehand, I was literally at the point of almost killing myself on the road because I was so tired. And, that was just incorrect sleep. That was because I hadn't, I was going from day shift to night shift, day shift to night shift, and I wasn't getting the correct amount of sleep. But it's amazing that even the possibility of certain death isn't enough to stop you from nodding off.
Yeah, we were speaking about that quite recently in one of our meetings, and speaking about how a person, when you have the option for sleep as well, if a person's at a work with a heavy amount of if there's a lot of stressful environments around that person in their work specifically, what can happen easily is that your body's almost forced to stay awake then. But if you're watching a show like Netflix and you're at home or something, just notice how quickly your body decides to shut off if you're just in a bit of a comfortable position. If you want to sleep and your body is required to, you almost sleep like instantly, irrespective of that. But if you're on a work duty and you're doing that several days in a row, that's where your incidents start to occur as well. And I think that a lot of the time with your lorries and with your logistics, environments, people utilize the in-cab monitoring systems. So a lot of the fancy, up-to-date, in 2025, a lot of these systems like the in-cab monitoring systems, what they'll do is they'll definitely, monitor those micro naps as well. They'll see the person, there's signs of it. It's your yawning, it's your stretching a little bit, it's you're getting thirsty as well. Sometimes there's definitely a couple of ways to quickly see if a person is experiencing those levels of fatigue. I just wanted to bring up something that Dig said here quickly too. Dig said, Alan, I know that feeling well. I was in a delivery truck for 11 years. Know that you should stop, and getting rest is the biggest thing that can keep you safe. You see so much out there when you're on the road, Diggs, and Alan. It's definitely a lot. I did courier work for quite a long time by myself as well. And it's good work, and you do get to see a lot of what's out there, and I really love the road. I enjoy being out there and just seeing the scenery and just experiencing the road out there. So yeah, that is one of those things where you can become tired really, really quickly. What's up, by the way, show and tell?
Sleep is really important, actually. I have been really tired, and you know what? You can't think properly. You, you're so tired, so I'll leave it. I'll leave it for tomorrow. Yeah, what happens then? It can happen as an accident when you're tired, then you don't have the same reaction or reflexes when you're exhausted or tired. So, how can you prepare mentally for to be in a long term SHTF situation with high stress, with very little sleep, and
Inefficient nutrition as well, lacking basic nutrition because you won't have the ease of access to shops.
yeah, that too. So the question is, how can you prepare for your mind and prepare you mentally for situations that definitely will be like that, for a high stress situation for a very long time, and lack of nutrition and things like that, and
So,
lack of sleep as well.
a good question that you pose as well, and a pretty straightforward answer to that is, in that kind of mitigation period where you're going from the current lifestyle that people have to a true survivalist type of scenario where SHTF has occurred. Essentially, what you can do is you can prep caffeine, like having the capability to have energy bars as well as caffeine in stock. And a good thing to do now is, and I'm not 100% with this, but I'm leaning towards doing it, but to have coffee black without sugar, and to actually get used to having it now as somebody that practices those methods of lifestyle when it comes to preparedness. So it definitely comes down to trying to understand how important that's going to be, at least in the transition period. It's not something, perhaps, unless you're growing coffee beans as well, which is something that you can grow. There's another variant of coffee bean and a coffee tree that you might want to try and look at. I don't know how well it might grow in your specific region, whoever's listening to this, but another plant is called Scotia afra. Scotia afra also works as a really good coffee supplement as well to a degree. And there's a couple of other ways to get in caffeine, even something like an apple. Apples have a really good enzyme and chemical compound within them that actually makes you really wide awake too. And obviously drinking water is a good thing. But what I'm speaking about primarily is that in that transition, if things really do go balloon up, if there's a really large scale SHTF type scenario, for example, in that period, for example, like that month where it's going to take your body to adjust, make sure that you do have caffeine supplements and multivites, essentially, making sure that you can cover a large amount of those different requirements nutritionally, because nutrition is a big thing about it as well, Shadow, specifically for long term. And that's why if you have like coffee Arabica, like the tree, if you actually grow coffee Arabica, like the plant, the tree that grows, you can actually get away with doing some guerrilla gardening now near your bug out location if you wanted to, and you'd have the capability to have caffeine in a long-term SHTF. And trust me, when things are looking really gloomy, if you give somebody a nice cup of joe, a good cup of coffee, it can definitely change a person's mind.
Yeah, and the Camo Carl has a good point here. The mind is the most important prep. Loosening control cancels out any other prep you may have. Panic and perish. Yeah, I definitely agree.
It's interesting talking about connecting sort of sleep and mental health and SHTF situations, getting through certain scenarios, and what Guardian was talking about there to do with taking things like a little bit of caffeine in the short term to sort of get through certain situations and things like that. There's definitely advantages to that, and it's kind of funny because it reminded me that fairly recently I read a book called Blitzed, which was it's written by a German guy, and the book is essentially about the history of using drugs during the Second World War. The Nazi regime actually gave a lot of their troops methamphetamine in order to stay awake for longer so that they could go into places like Poland and do things like that. It's an incredibly fascinating book. I recommend it to anybody to read. I can't remember the guy's last name, but it's Norman Olid or something like that, and the book is called Blitzed. And it offers a fascinating insight into the way that scientists back in the day, Nazi scientists, tried to game the mind and game the fatigue and game the mental abilities of their troops by giving them different kinds of narcotics or subjecting them to different things, as an advantage over other troops. And there was a bit in that book actually where they were talking about how the Germans were fighting the French at one point, and the French in those days actually had a ration of wine, which is another drug, but when the sun went down, they would have like half a liter of wine or whatever, and they were in a more relaxed state. Whereas you had these German guys were taking basically a pharmaceutical equivalent, which was much stronger, of something that we would nowadays, it's basically methamphetamine, and they were taking this and they were just like powering straight on, completely wide awake, and it was a massacre. They could easily overpower these Allied troops because they were so tweaked, basically. And I suppose all drug addicts that take things like speed or meth or anything like that know that you can have these high intensity periods of time on these drugs, and then eventually there's a crash, and they have to recover from it, and then they can do the same thing again. And this is what was happening during the Second World War. I'm not advising anybody go out and take methamphetamine in an SHTF situation. Coffee is a drug as well, but obviously a far milder one. But what it does demonstrate is the power of being able to game your mind a little bit and your sleep patterns in order to get through certain situations. And a little pick me up like an energy drink or some caffeine or even alcohol to some extent can sometimes get you through short periods of hardship or bad situations. That's definitely the case.
Yeah, we've also got to look at creatine. If we're talking about these type of supplements and nutrition in that type of way, I'm actually a big advocate for creatine because of my fitness as well. That's completely natural, and creatine is also a natural substance. So for the most part, when it does come down to all of the studies, and I've done my deep dive and rabbit hole research around creatine and the kind of bonds to creatine as well. The only thing that can happen is that if you take creatine for too long of a period without having breaks, it can kind of rob your body's natural capability to produce creatine naturally, which is part of the human process. So it's like you've got to try and make sure that when you do take it for like 3 or 4 months, and you take a bit of a break, you give it about a month's break or a month and a half, and then you can start taking it again, just so that your body still retains the capability to produce it by itself. And if you're looking at alternatives to things that they would use during times of war, you've definitely got to look at the way that people can utilize a substance such as creatine, and it can keep you going for a really long time. And I can absolutely, I promise and I vouch for it, the fact that creatine is very useful if you're doing a more intense session. Like if I'm doing one of my 2,000 push-up sessions, which take about 2 hours, creatine is very helpful. I'll take like a little bit more than the average dosage as well. And then it just really is quite interesting if you really just want to sweat out a large amount and go into like an extremely hard and heavy workout session. And then also on the mental side, creatine also gives you a bit of a it makes you feel positive, and it makes you feel vibrant, and it's it really sounds like a bit risky. The more I speak about it, it sounds like I'm really trying to advocate for something that's because it is a bit of a mood enhancer as well. So you need to be careful with things like that. But at the same time, I would say that if you're going to do anything at all to increase your capability to perform mentally as acutely as you should be, and to be able to be as fit as you can, I absolutely will always say that you should try and make sure that you get a good amount of vitamins and minerals, obviously, as well. And something that I was speaking to our friend Prep Vet, I was speaking to him about it today as well, about the vitamin, about having vitamin D3, which is a really good one, and also making sure that you can combine vitamin D3 with K2, because your vitamin, I was finding out from him today, and that's why I love engaging and speaking to people, is finding out that your vitamin D3 can essentially lower the amount of calcium that your bones have, and then the K2 helps your bones to retain a good amount of calcium as well. So just making sure that you've got that balance if we're speaking about things such as creatine. We can't speak about mental health preparedness if we're not going to talk about supplements. And not only that, but people that are addicted to things such as nicotine. Nicotine is a really heavy thing to get off if you're smoking cigarettes and you have no access, and you're stressed on top of it, and you're required to have less nutrition than normal and less sleep, and you're all the components, all those things kind of compound together, and it makes for a disastrous scenario for the body and for the mind.
It's interesting you mentioned creatine because I only really take 2 supplements. One of them is creatine. I drink a pint of water every day, every morning, and it has a scoop of creatine in it. The monohydrate creatine, and that's purely for like you say, it's a mental sort of pick me up. From what I understand from a little bit of research I did, creatine you find it in red meat and things, but creatine, when you take it like with water like that, it retains water within your body, and it kind of keeps everything almost lubricated in a way, mentally as well. And so because it's retaining water in your body, that there could be something there that's allowing you to be a little bit more cognitively on the ball with what's going on. I don't know how far the research has gone with that. I only sort of delved into it a little bit, enough that allows me to believe it to the point where I take it every day at the moment. I take it until the container that I have runs out, then I have a couple of months away from it, and then I do it again after that. And the only vitamin that I've ever really taken is I take a little bit of vitamin D sometimes in the winter, but that's purely because in Scotland most people suffer from a lack of vitamin D in the winter months, purely because the lack of sunlight. It's a dark country. Sweden will be the same. Not sure about South Africa. You're fairly long amount of sunlight down there year round, I suspect, but certainly in Scotland people suffer from it, and it has a lot of benefits to your body generally, having correct amounts of vitamin D and things like that, you know. But yeah, it's interesting that you bring creatine up. It kind of vindicates what I was already believing anyway, because it's only been in the past 6 months that I've been doing that. So it's good to hear that that's the case.
Yeah, make sure you get those breaks though. Make sure you get those moments where, and it's actually, if you want to build muscle, it's really good to mass as well at some certain points. So your body's natural inclination to kind of slow down periodically during the winter months. And then during the summer months as well, increase your capability. So during those winter months, it's going to be important to just take at least some time off of the creatine. I find just for, maybe 2 months or 2 to 3 months. And then something that Dick said there was very important that Shadow brought up. Always check with your health professionals before taking any advice from any panels on YouTube or any of any of my advice or anything like that. You definitely need to. Yeah, that's yeah, it's funny, Cabo. I really have I don't like really build in terms of muscle or bench press and that type of thing. I'm not going for muscle ever. I go strictly and directly for endurance training and for stamina building for the most part. So my core, I try and work my core an immense amount. And then I also try and do just calisthenics in general. So things such as dead hang. If you find yourself doing a lot of push-ups, you have to straighten your entire muscle structure as well, just by making sure that you do just a simple hang from any bar, and you get better and better at doing that, and you'll feel how amazing that feels. Not in the beginning, but on the first couple of days after doing it, you'll feel on day 4, day 5, if you just spend a couple of minutes hanging every day. We're supposed to, like the way our bodies are structured. So even if you don't do a lot of other exercise, find a pole and hang for a while. Just hang like you're a kid hanging on a pole, like just legitimately above your head. You can do active hang where you lock and engage your shoulders as well. But for the most part, that's not even as important as just doing a straight dead hang. You'll eventually build calluses as well on your hand. And if we're speaking about mental health preparedness, I think that having calluses on your mind can be extraordinarily good, because you end up being a lot more stable in terms of handling certain things as well, if you've been through a lot through your life. And I think that a lot of people have various different experiences, as I was mentioning earlier, but being strong-minded and strong-willed in that way, and having certain encounters within your life that unfortunately completely destroy your trust in humanity and faith in other people. And that's unfortunately what's happened to myself. But at the same time, and I'm not being woe-is-me about it, I don't give a damn about that type of thing. But I will tell you 100% that having a stronger mind through experiences and through suffering sometimes is actually one of the most amazing things that you can get through. Obviously, just having a strong mind and a healthy body is extremely important to everything that we've talked about. If everything that I've ever said on this panel through the Saturday evenings that I've been here on myself has been ignored, the only thing that I'd ever expect or want anybody to just take away from it is making sure that you keep your mental and your physical health as important as you possibly can, and if you try to make sure that you're making the right decisions on a day-to-day basis. Sugar is such a terrible thing for everybody, and having too much sugar is horrible. Try and cut down on sugar, cut down on white bread, and those are the 2 things. And then just do some exercise. Obviously, water is important, but you can just for the most part, just make sure that you're getting enough hydration, and essentially just try and live a good life and be kind to people, I guess. That's the whole thing, right? And I mean that they all do actually fit together, because if you have mental discipline and you actually learn to be a better person, not only to the people that are in your immediate surroundings, but to your community as well, and you try to make better decisions so that you can help people instead of hurt them. I think that there's a lot of mental health preparedness speaks to that as well. We've got to try and make sure that we stay focused and that we are kind.
We have Dear Love Survival.
Good to see you, Dear Love. I'm saying that segue into.
Good evening, Shadow. Good evening, Alan. Good evening, Guardian. Good evening, everybody in the chat.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I appreciate you guys, and I will catch up with you soon. I just wanted to give you a last little bit of a thought on that, and I might join a bit later again as well, but I'm just going to go and do some chores quickly. I'll see you guys soon.
Catch you later, Guardian.
Take care.
In a bit. Very, very interesting subject. Thanks for having us on, Shadow.
My pleasure.
Books are very good, and everything to encourage recovery. When I was learning my sort of ambulance driving stuff many years ago, recovery, any type of recovery is good. So ideas in books is good, but also life's experiences can be sometimes the most educational, because you've been through stuff and you've experienced it. It's rather like someone on a building site or other trades where they never went to a college or a uni. They sort of learnt hands-on. You might know someone who was always tinkering with a car when he was young, ended up being a mechanic. So, life's experiences are good as well. That's all I wanted to say, really.
Hey, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's the kind of the streetwise type mentality as well, the battle hardened sort of mindset where you get the sort of nature nurture argument where you can be, the nature can be either too bad or too soft. You have to find that happy medium, I suppose. If you're trying to toughen yourself up. Back in the old days, they used to just say, especially boys, they would push them into doing things at particularly young ages, because they would say, it'll toughen you up, it'll make a man out of you. And if you take that too far, it actually has the opposite effect, because it causes like long-term damage over a period of time. But if you do it too little, then you become wrapped in cotton wool and a little bit too soft to what's going on, and then one day you find yourself in an environment where you have no resilience, because you've got no previous experience of feeling any sort of hardship or anything like that. So you have to find the happy medium. And I look back on all the years ago when I was getting into survival, and I would go into sometimes particularly dangerous environments, pretty ill-equipped, to be honest. And I would say, I'm going to wander off into the Highlands and I'm going to build myself a shelter and I'm going to live off the land. And, of course, within 4 or 5 hours, it's pitch black, I'm freezing cold, I'm wet, the shelter hasn't went up and I can't find anything to eat. And it didn't do anything to me other than sort of bring myself to the realization that, one, I'm doing it wrong, and two, this is what it feels like to be in this environment. It's people don't really understand how debilitating being cold is, for example, in a wilderness environment. Just how little your motivation mentally is there to do anything, and even physically, your fingers don't work properly when you're too cold, so you can't do things like build shelters or tie your laces or anything like that, or even set a fire.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, and so it's only by the experience of doing that, though, that you kind of know where your boundary is. And that's kind of why, I suppose, when you join the military, they deliberately put people through hardship. They deliberately break them down. One, it's to sort of weed out the people who are just simply not capable of doing it, but also it's to give them that feeling of, this is how far you can actually go. It's kind of like athletes as well, where they push themselves to a point where their body's saying to them, you must stop now. But they know that, but their body's lying to them, because they can go further than that, and it's just a case of pushing yourself past that point. And with training, you can know where to push the boundary to the point where it's long past where your body's telling you to stop, but it's just before the point where you get injured. And that's the happy medium. It's going past the point of where your body's telling you to stop, but you're not going so far that you're injured. And it's the same mentally, So you can do a lot more mentally than you believe you can, but you're not doing yourself a mental injury by pushing it too far, giving yourself PTSD or something.
Even having an injury, you can even push through that as well, through pain. If you had to, or it's a choice of, you've got to keep moving, or you give up and die.
Yeah, I mean, if you get an injury,
that's an extreme way of seeing it. But in some ways, if you really need like, to pay your rent. And you really got to go to work and you're not feeling good. But, in some countries you have to pay your rent or they come with the police and say, get out. So sometimes you got to push through illnesses. I'm sure a few of us here have been to work when you wasn't feeling well. You had to go. Can't take days off. Yeah, it's like you're saying, the body can do things. If you've ever watched those SAS training type videos with Ant Middleton, and he's got a bunch of guys there and ladies and gentlemen there, and they're freezing, they're shaking, and he's telling them, actually, you can push past this. You can, but where people in some places on the planet are too pampered, too much in their comfort zones, I'm not doing that. They don't have to do it anymore because just put it in the microwave. Or some people take steroids, instant muscles or instant whatever results. But like Guardian was saying, you have to, it's a process, a little bit every day, a few times a week. And he's right. You do feel much better. You do feel confident, and you do feel, that healthier, and endurance is like, is part of it as well. Mental health preparedness, be it endurance. It nothing builds up endurance more than being out of your comfort zone. Like you said, like in the army, they make you work. Move yourself, get through that mud, get through that ditch, swim through that little tunnel there. It's going to be uncomfortable. Well, war is uncomfortable. It's not going to be like cups of tea and scones. How many of you remember the Argentinian War, where you had professional soldiers, the British Army? They come up against.
You mean the Falkland?
The Falklands War, yes, that's correct. And you had all these Argentinian guys freezing in little caves, like they weren't up for it. They wasn't prepared for it. Where he's got the British Army, they're like, that's in their bones. That's in their, pushing forwards. We've got to go forwards, or So endurance is a key, but in fact, I always encourage people. I always say to people, get uncomfortable, turn the electricity off, use your camp stove, go out. Good evening, Bob.
Hey guys.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Bob. I just wanted to say something quickly, Bob. If I've said something that was wrong to you, I'm sorry, sir. All right. I just wanted to clear the air, and if there is anything, I'm sorry. I never meant to, in the passion of stuff. But I didn't mean to be a little bit rude to you, so I'm sorry.
No, it's mostly that you talk too much.
What? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I talk too much. What, compared to you and Mark? Oh, you spoiled that moment, Bob. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Good afternoon, guys. Good evening.
How you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
Anyway, making yourself uncomfortable is not a bad thing. If you've been too comfortable, some people have been too comfortable and they don't like it when someone gets them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, mental health during a crisis. Yeah, I'd say the best advice I've got for anyone out there is, when I'm in a bad situation, keep breathing. Just slowly keep breathing. Don't tense up. Don't hold your breath. Just keep breathing. Slowly. Control your heart rate. Control your emotions.
Yeah, I mean, if you link that to something like I was talking about earlier with the sort of mindfulness practice, you can control the breathing even better.
Yeah,
and learn to recognize problems as they appear, and you've got a little bit of time to sort of deal with them as you go.
Yeah,
and kind of like what Dara Love there was saying as well about the endurance, whether it be physical, but there's also mental endurance as well. But it's important to point out that you can't get thrown completely into the deep end straight away. Soldiers are built up slowly to the point where they do these things, and it's the same mentally as well. Or even like what Guardian was saying earlier about the gym, where he says if you do nothing at all, just hang for a little while on a bar, and then you can progress to something else. Because if you've never been in the gym and you just go in there and start bench pressing weights and stuff, you're just going to injure yourself. You're just going to do yourself damage because you've not built yourself up to that. But that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about preparing the mind by building it up to a point and thinking about the scenarios and making plans and going over it and making the plasticity of the brain in such a way that if SHTF situations do happen, you've already got in your mind a program that you can sort of tune into and play and go through a plan of action and stay calm and work your way through it without breaking down and having a mental episode, which is what ultimately gets people killed.
Yeah, it's just how the military operates. They keep the pressure up, especially the first few months you're enlisted. A lot of people crack. They can't take it. They sleep deprivation, hunger, physical fatigue, and then they add more and more and more responsibilities onto your shoulders.
Well,
And a lot of people crack. A lot.
that's war. That's war. Sadly, war is not a comfortable situation. So if they think there's going to be a little cushy number, I suppose they're sieving out the men from the boys.
That's what it's all about. Yeah.
Yeah. They have to break you down a bit in order to build you back up into a more hardened mold, into a better physical and mental shape, so that you can deal with these kind of things. It's kind of like, it's the old Simpsons joke. I think it was Homer Simpson finds himself in the army and they're explaining the training regime to him and they say, we're going to break you down and then build you up, then break you down and then build you up, then break you down again and then lunch, and if we have time, build you back up. But it's definitely the case of a little bit of hardship, deliberately putting yourself a little bit into stressful situations, whether it be mentally or physically, is a good thing, because it does definitely prepare you. It prepares me even now when I'm out in wilderness places, or if I go somewhere I'm not familiar with, an environment I'm not used to, a desert, for example. I love deserts, but I very rarely get to go to them. There's only one desert in Europe. But when I do go there, I sometimes find myself in a little bit of a predicament where I don't quite know what's going on. But I've got enough experience to just step back and think about it logically and say, okay, I'm not familiar with this situation. I feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I'm going to work my way through it because I've did it so many times in the past that it's not a surprise to me now. I'm not surprised to be feeling that way sometimes.
And there's some people.
Go ahead, Bob. If you read the side chat, Vanessa Kitty, he was in the Air Force around the same time I was, and they had three suicides in his flight for basic training. And
wow,
yeah, even after basic training in your technical school, we had suicides because the pressure is enormous in the military. And one fella, he was in the engine repair, and he was a friend. We took care of each other. He had a suicide attempt, and they didn't put him out of the military. He stayed in, and we took care of him. Everyone who was close to him would stop into his barracks room and, hey man, let's go get a sandwich. What are you up to? We never left him. We never left him alone, because the thing that gets you mentally is being homesick. That's hard,
Calm comfort. And this is it. A lot of people can't even do the cooking aspect, the campsite, setting up a base camp, setting up some cooking apparatus, sleep system, cook system. They've never even done that, let alone, fight a war. So, to get trained to do a lot of things, not just about war. It's keeping your bunk tidy, keeping your room, keeping you clean, because you don't want to sort of leave tracks and traces where you've been in the field. You don't want to leave any boot marks or butt marks or any dodgy smelling stuff. You don't want to be smoking and all sorts of training. So a lot of people, I encourage people to go camping go and cook a meal on a campfire. Forget your cooker at home with the 4 things on it. Go and use a tent. Go and sleep overnight outside in the rain, in the cold. That's good, training. A lot of people do it for leisure. Just go camping.
Yeah, that's what I do. But it's one of those things where, the benefit of training. One of the other great advantages of training is it allows you to compartmentalize what it is you need to do. You can go off the sort of the muscle memory of what's going on, because if your mind is focused entirely on something else, but you're trying to do a task that involves a bit of mental aptitude, you're going to struggle. I don't know, and you see it with people who are going through particularly difficult situations in life. I'm working with a guy just now who's going through a divorce, and
that's tough. That's tough.
I tell you what, he was one of the most happy-go-lucky guys I've ever met in my life, and he was very good at his job. But in the past month, because he's deep in the trough of a divorce right now, and there's children involved and stuff, he is not functioning well at all. But he has to go to work because he has to earn a living, and I can see the effect that it's having on him mentally and physically. He physically isn't doing his job as well as he used to because his mind is entirely occupied with this other thing. Now, I'm sure he'll get through it. He knows he will eventually with time. It's kind of like a bereavement. Anybody who's ever felt a bereavement, and probably most of us have, knows how debilitating that is. You just can't do anything when you're in the absolute midst of a bereavement. You physically don't want to do anything. Or you can't. And this is what depression is. People who don't want to get out of bed because they're so depressed. That's on the extreme end. And it's not just a case of sort of just toughen yourself through it and just be a man and get up type thing, because it's a debilitating thing for some people if it's allowed to get too far. And it's important to point out that every single person has a mental and a physical breaking point. There is a point for every human being.
That is correct.
A torturer can find those two places, physically and mentally. And, it's recognizing that you do have it. It is there. But that's not to say that you can't offset it with training and practice and discussion like this, and just a recognition that it's a real thing. And it's just another part of life that you have to train for and practice for.
Yeah, that is true. Everyone has a breaking point. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there would be a lot of grief if anything really serious went down. There would be a lot of grief about the loss of property, the loss of sleep, the loss of food, and that would do you a lot of harm over the long term. Yeah.
The question is, how many people will crack when shit hits the fan?
A lot.
Yeah, a lot of people. Most people.
Not just crack. A lot of people will have heart attacks on the spot. With the stuff that's coming, a lot of people, I know it sounds extreme, but if you're in a situation that frightens the heck out of you, people can have heart attacks from that. I don't know, maybe someone in that tsunami we had several years back, someone was in a cafe buying a drink, a cup of tea, not aware what's going on, coffee, whatever they were having, walked outside, bam, tsunami right in front of them. I mean, come on. One person here tell me that you're not going to be scared or instantly, like, it could even give you a heart attack on the spot. Because the realization you're not getting away from that. Like,
yeah. I mean,
and how many will be crazy in SHTF? How many will go nuts totally?
Loads. They're going nuts already. They're nuts already. A lot of people are nuts already. Maybe it's good to note the crazy ones, the lawless ones, the ones who've got no care and compassion for others. There's a lot. I've noticed a lot in the prepper scene. A lot of people say, yeah, we'll help people out. We've got this med kit for that person if they need it. You know what? Don't put yourself into a position where you think you've got a friend, and when something happens and you reach out to that friend, don't be disappointed if that friend lets you down. You know, that's another thing. Life experiences, people being let down. You know, through children let down by their parents, whatever. You know, you just talked about someone who's going through a divorce, who's got children. I've been in that situation as a child. Parents going through divorce. It's not nice at all. So you know, I've got sympathy for the guy. You know, I hope he hope he feels a bit better. But it's heart wrenching. You know, you feel split. You know. So yeah, I mean, people today are lost the plot already. There's a lot of these. When you see these mad protesters, I'm not part of any of that rubbish, whether it's left or right. I feel sorry for all of them. You know, grown men fighting in the streets. What's wrong with these people? You know, can't they talk? Can't they sort of have a conversation? But you know, conversation doesn't pay, I suppose. But
yeah, I mean, I think things like that are an outlet for some people, an emotional outlet for some people, and of course, there are a few people in the world that would just love to see the place burn. You know, there are some psychopaths out there who will rile other people up, and you just have to be aware of the fact that those people exist in the world, and you know, try and recognize the signs to avoid them. And you know, there's group mentality, herd mentality, whatever you want to call it, where people in large groups will do things that are irrational that they wouldn't otherwise do. Everybody's aware of road rage and the way that you react when you're in a car. You would never actually do that if you were in the street walking. You know, people reacting. I mean, to me, it's predictable. It's predictable how people react generally. It's just a case of not being surprised when it happens. The old C19 was a wake-up call for me as to just how compliant people were. I didn't expect that. I didn't think people would be so compliant. I thought they would be a lot more rowdy and a lot more defensive of their rights being taken away from them in every possible way, but you know, they really weren't.
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. That was pretty much the end of my point now.
Because I was going to say that it's good to see you, Bob. Hey there.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian.
Yeah. What's up, Dorilla? Yeah, I think that's an interesting point when you speak about the compliance to people as well during the C19 scenario. It wasn't the same here, though. Locally here in South Africa, people were still partying and going out and actually like almost, you know, there's certain segments of society as well. Internationally, some people were kind of, you know, breaking those laws and stuff like that. But there was a lot of pushback in our country, specifically South Africa, because of certain like reasons, you know, and government, and not everybody always agreeing with the government and that type of thing as well. The law enforcement did start changing it, and people were actually started to be like, you know, more bound within their homes and that. But in the beginning, and for the most part, all the way through, really, people absolutely still they were laughing about it and like singing songs about CV19 in the street, all in big parties together. And there were people that were working, domestic people that were working as builders and construction people and as landscapers in gardens that were still traversing from like rural areas, for example, to the cities where they work. Transportation was still very much ongoing in a lot of ways because the threat of, you know, informing that some of the modes of transport over here, Bob will also have experienced this in different parts of the world, where you've seen that in some places you can't shut down the transport system because they're their own, like, you know, they're their own groups and their own gangs, really. So you can't just shut them down. And they carried on running all the way through CV19 for the most part, a lot of them. But it was a very interesting time in those ways. So compliance is a big thing. Mental health and preparedness elements of it. Yeah, not everybody is always going to listen, but it's interesting that over there by your guys' side, people actually did listen. So my only concern about all of this is what happens next time when it's a much more severe strain, or when it's something that is much more deadly and perhaps has a longer sleeping period, a longer dormancy period, and then is much more lethal. I think people absolutely handled it in a very incorrect way globally.
Yeah, it's interesting actually because I can see a great disadvantage to the way it sounds like it was handled in South Africa and the way it was handled in the United Kingdom, and I think probably most of Europe and North America. Both of them are sort of two extremes of the wrong way of doing something. You know, South Africa, by the sounds of it, so they were so nonchalant about it that they just didn't bother to follow the rules. And it's not because they were more informed about what was going on. It's simply that perhaps they didn't have quite as much regard for a rule-based society or order, and so they ignored it. If it was a far more dangerous pandemic than it actually turned out to be, you can imagine the great damage that could have done. Likewise, in the UK, we were too compliant. We were too compliant to what was going on, to the point where it wasn't just a case of people doing what they were told. They were actually compounding it further. We had neighbours and telling on each other and spying on each other. We had lockdown measures that caused more harm than they actually did good. Some of those measures will have very long-term repercussions on the elderly and young people who missed school and things like that. Without going too much down the bad things that happened during that period, what it does tell me, though, from a mental point of view, the way people mentally react, is there is a spectrum there. There's a spectrum where the South African take, where people are just not bothered about it at all, and people in the UK where they're too bothered about it. And what that leaves open is a situation where ultimately one can lead to near fascism and the other one can lead to complete civil unrest, because there's no person in the middle carefully thinking things through and making decisions based on what's actually happening and not what they believe might happen or what politically might be good for them to do. And people again fell into herds and groups and tribes even, and the tribalism is a huge problem as well, because people will do things based on what their tribe tells them to do, not because they think it's the right thing to do. And in North America, Bob will probably mention this more than me, but that's a very polarized political situation in North America at the moment, where I suspect that there are people who hear something in the news and the first thing they do is think to themselves, I'm not sure how to feel about this because I don't know how my tribe feels about it, whether it be Democrat or Republican or left or right. They're waiting to see what their tribe tells them to do or to feel before they then express an opinion. And that's a very dangerous situation to be in, because that takes away the ability to think things through for yourself and make a logical decision.
Do you think that would take people's rights away, Bob? I was just about to ask you a question. I was just about to ask you do you think that it was more government overreach, in your opinion?
During the COVID or now?
Yeah, the CD19, yeah.
Oh, a bit. But it really, guys, over here in the States, for me, because I don't belong to any tribe. I stay away from groups of people. I don't trust them. But yeah, I had to put on a mask to go to the supermarket. Whoopee. I mean, seriously, it was nothing. Maybe stand away from other people. And if I remember I went to a pub once and I sneezed a couple of times, and people were getting up and walking away from me, and it's like, oh, good, get away from me. You don't want to be piss off.
Yeah.
But it was like, I don't let things bother me very much. Very, very. I do have a boiling point, yes, but well, I'll kind of bring it back to the topic of mental stability during any SHTF. Is like I show it on video. What I do is I practice I go out and start a fire in my paint can stove and cook a casserole, and what I'll do
Yes.
here soon is get all my propane cooking equipment out and cook a meal, and use that way it puts my mind at ease, because I know that my lanterns are going to work, that my stove is going to work, that everything that I've got does work. And if it doesn't, then write it down on a notepad and replace that item or repair it. That's how I handle. That way, when the power does go off, I'm good. I know where it's still, all the stuff is stored up, and go set it out, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, that
That's
makes
how I
sense.
handle things. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
But
I think that that's the best approach to it. The lifestyle, living the lifestyle like that.
yeah, and being organized with your equipment is very important, because the way I've got things set up is I can pretty much find what I need in a very low light or dark or in the dark. I know where everything is at, and just casually walk along, get everything set up, and that spills over into your family unit too, because we're the men of the house. We're the man of the house, and we're the head of the house. That's when the women and the kids look to you for guidance. And if you're going running around, oh, damn it, where's that lighter? Where's it? Oh shit, having a fit about a little thing, that affects the family. Just stay calm. You know, you guys, hun, go sit down. I'll start this and that, and you're good. Just be strong, be calm, and being organized is a big part of that.
Absolutely. I think that if you ever have experienced going from, if you go to, for example, a guest house, or you go and stay at a pretty good guest house that's out there, a lot of them have got a very minimalist approach, because they're obviously having guests that are into those, or going to like a resort or anything like that. You always find the place is very minimalist structured. Even some hotels and that type of thing, the way that they do things is a very minimalist approach. And if you have, there's always that saying that, skills outrank any sort of gear, always. Like skills are always so much more important than knowledge. So if you have like the capability to know exactly, what you need, you do end up needing a lot less when it does come to your actual gear requirements. So yeah, I think that it's very important, just to have that level head. And as the father of a home as well, you're right. It definitely comes down to making sure that you can be mentally sound and that you can be calm. Or because if you flare up and they see you stressing out, and you're supposed to be like that strong figure and the pillar in certain ways. And in 2025, some people might disagree with the fact that the father's supposed to be like the structured head of the home, but I'm sorry, I'll always, I was born in 85. I apologize. So I'm just saying.
Don't apologize. These people are mentally ill. There's a mother, father, and children. All this other crap is crap.
No, I hear you. I do.
And all this fear, and you've got people saying to you, don't talk about this stuff, don't say that stuff. You know what? Get lost and get a bloody life. Okay? if someone's telling the truth, right, and you don't like it, tough, right? Because life is tough. Yeah? And sometimes the people are so programmed that when you've got people that have got critical thinking say anything, they sort of look at you like a weirdo. Like, you know why? Because they've been programmed to be like that. They're programmed to look at people like myself who won't sort of bow down or bend over for all this crap. But, sadly, we're going to get those type of people in the crowd as well, But, yeah, I see them. I see them from a long way.
I'd say, if I could just quickly, I definitely believe so. If you look at my values as well and the way that I live, you'd say that I would be, leaning more towards the Republican point of view in a lot of ways. And I'm okay with that, but I'm not even in the States, so I don't have, the Democratic or Republican, leaning in that ways. But I do believe in the traditional kind of family structure. However, I also believe I do believe this, though. I really believe that us as human beings, if we are to try and live in a much better world into the future, then what we should try to do, and I'm not saying be okay with some of the things that have been happening are horrendous, and political things that have been occurring are really bad, and I could call them out as well, but I'm not going to do that. What I will say is that if we do want to live in a world where everybody gets along a lot better, and that we actually try to avoid any sort of, not only unrest that happens locally, but on a global scale, we should try to, as a human species, be trying to get along with everybody more, and which fundamentally by itself also means that understanding that different people have had a different journey from the time that they've been born to where they're presently at, and their viewpoints might not always agree with mine directly, and that's okay as well, because we still can align on certain things, and what matters is respecting other human beings as people. So that's why when it does come down to it, even if they disagree, or if I disagree with their ways of life, as long as they're not hurting others or impacting people in a certain way, like I can't really be judgmental on the way that they decide to have their political narrative.
Yeah, people jump on the bandwagon. They jump. Sorry, Guardian. Yeah, people jump on the bandwagon. That's like mob mentality. The people that come under this mental health stuff, for example, they not only getting knocked by the fact that they've got this illness or this situation, go through whatever situation they got there. Now all of a sudden their friends look at them funny, their neighbours look at them funny. They've got an issue. They've got an issue, and people start whispering. We've all got an issue. Anybody here that says that hasn't got an issue is lying. Every one of us has got some kind of issue. We've all got some issue. We've all got some kind of mental health issue. And if you say you haven't, then there's something wrong with you.
I wanted to hear, you can at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, everybody definitely.
Even Prince William recently came out and said everybody's got mental health issues. Do you remember that, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, everybody definitely has mental health, and it's really just a case of, like we were saying earlier, making sure that you're kind of on the even track of keeping that as healthy as possible, whether that be through, practice of doing what it is, drilling what it is that you practice, educating yourself with skills and doing more practical things that way, and keeping it as sharp as possible. A sharp mind and a sharp body is the key to all of these things. And there's lots of things being said here that's definitely true. There's lots of things I could pick out a point with. There, as regards to sort of family structure and things like that, I'm an advocate for that kind of thing as well. There does generally have to be a leader of some description in most SHTF situations. It doesn't have to be a type of dictator, but there has to be somebody taking charge or somebody taking lead, or even going back to what Shadow was talking about at the beginning of the podcast, where they follow in a manual of what to do, or to give them guidance on what to do because they don't have all of the skills necessary to get through certain situations. And and what was mentioned about an over-reliance on equipment, I'm a big fan of like movie quotes when I hear them, and I think they're particularly clever. And one that I've used lots is, regarding prepping, is from the movie Fight Club, where he says, the things you own end up owning you, which is, you do get these lazy preppers or these lazy survivalists who think that all they have to do is buy the stuff and put it in a cupboard and they're ready, and because they never practice or they never drill or they never think things through in a scenario in a mindful sort of way, they're not really prepared. They're giving themselves a mental false sense of security by doing that. It doesn't matter if you've got firefighting equipment in your basement if you don't know how to use it. It doesn't matter if you've got a survival book on the shelf but you've never went into a woodland and tried any of the techniques in it. Because I guarantee that if you were to take that book and wander off into the woods, you probably wouldn't be able to do any of the things in the book, because you haven't had the real world hands-on experience to actually feel the soil in your hands and the sticks and the branches and actually see what it's like to try and, cut a branch without a saw and things like this, or use a knife properly or build a fire correctly. You have to practice these things. You have to do these things all of the time. And that's definitely the case mentally and physically. And a diversity of opinion, by the way, which is what I think Guardian was talking about as well. A diversity of opinion broadly is a good thing. because it gives a bit of insight into approaching the answer to a question from different angles. We don't all have it all up here. We need other people. Human beings are a species that depend on each other. You know, we're no man's an island when it comes to survival or SHTF situations.
I'd like to kind of bounce off of that. And what I learned in the U.S. Air Force is practice, practice, and practice, because that's why our airplane flew day and night every single day. And whatever you have, whatever you are preparing for, practice and do it again and do it again and do it again, because you're going to find something that fails along the way. Repair that failure and do it again. And that's, I learned that in the military. Just keep practicing, keep practice and practice.
Yeah.
You know, we used to call it simulation or whatever, but that's what I do.
Okay, boy.
And then when something does go wrong, I mentioned before, you just slide right into it. You know, I can go get the propane stove and set it up in the kitchen. There you go, hon. The stove's ready to cook. You want me to light it for you? You know, she does all the cooking. I don't.
Yeah, but it's about integrating it as part of your actual life, part of your lifestyle. That's the key to it, because then it doesn't become such a hardship. You know, if prepping just becomes a way of life for you, you just do it naturally. And then you don't have to spend too much time thinking about it when SHTF happens, because it's already there. It's who you are. It's what you are. And it's the same with survival. If you live in a particularly an environment that requires certain skill sets, once you get those skill sets, and if you practice them often enough, it's in there. And when the situation arises, it's in there somewhere, and you can adapt and improvise as you go along. But because you've practiced and you've made it part of your lifestyle, it's far easier. And because you're finding it easier, you're finding it less stressful. Because you're finding it less stressful, you've got far more of a chance from a mental point of view of getting through any other type of situation that's taking place. You know, the easier, the easier you find your way through the situation, the better. A firefighter taking on a fire isn't stressful to him compared to, I don't know, me trying to fight the same fire, who's never done it before, never even seen a fire that big before or something, you know, because it's a shock to me and I'm trying to take it all in and it's confusing and I'm trying to think my way through it. The firefighter, on the other hand, has got the muscle memory, physically, mentally, and he's got the training to fall back on, so he's far more efficient.
So there's a very good, I appreciate, Shadow, that you're actually bringing up this one as well. Just keep the Prepper for the Ages comment up. So that's actually one that's really interesting, the fact that was brought up there, because as you'll hear about 5 minutes ago, I mentioned specifically that even though I have specific points of view on the topic, I do believe that different people have varying opinions and specific sets of life experience that have taught them. And in certain family structures, I absolutely have seen it where the woman does take the lead in a lot of different other roles. I'm just speaking more from a traditional element of it as well. Unfortunately, in a lot of ways, my dad did the whole go get cigarettes at the age of 3 and not come back, right? So I grew up with that. And unfortunately, like, what that did was it did allow me to witness what a single mother is capable of doing in a household and in terms of leadership. And I would not be at all the person that I am today without my mom being a very strong, structured person within my life. Unfortunately, I have my grandfather there as well until the age of about 12, 13, but then he passed. And for myself, not really having any men figures around made me actually turn to heroes that I'd find through comic books, which is why my channel is called Guardian, because of the whole like protector thing and always wanting to be what I didn't have, which was somebody to protect me when I was in my younger years. So yeah, when it does come down to the way that people view certain things, I absolutely believe that it's not always the same. You know, there's not always an exact puzzle piece for every single puzzle, for every single time that you approach a specific scenario. And I do hear that entirely. Sometimes, and I'll absolutely openly say, and I've acknowledged this before on this panel, which is very important, which is that my wife is why I am who I am today as well. It's a big component to that. I've been with her for 12 years, and she is one of the most intelligent people I've ever come across in my life, and she's extraordinarily honest. And when I learned the capability of being honest and really being able to speak my mind and be able to be true to my word, that is where I really gained strength more than anything else that's ever been in my life. And having the capability to be true and have integrity, is the biggest thing that I've ever come across. And basically what happened is my wife would end up almost acting like a mirror. And I really mean this when I say it, where she'd be just one more second. So basically what would happen is, if you're in a brief situation or a brief friendship with somebody for a couple of months, you can be a certain person and you can hide who you are. But if you're in a very long relationship over a very long period, what happens eventually is you stop being able to like put facades up or anything, and you've got to face who you are in the terms of like having that commitment in that relationship. So I don't mean to go on a tangent there, but I am saying absolutely that it isn't always the same cut and dry situation for everybody. So I agree with what you're saying, Breckleface. Very long-winded way, but I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from with it.
Interesting you mentioned your wife there, because I was about to say that a lot of people today don't know what love is. You know, how often have you had the question given to you by many people? I'm sure every one of us here has had someone say, "What is love? What is love?" Like, but you know, it's interesting you mentioned your wife there, because love plays a big part in this. And sadly, many people in the world today don't love anybody but themselves. And you know, things like compassion. You know, I remember people. I'm sure people have still got nice neighbours today, but I remember, you know, it was often said that if you've got new people moving into your area, your block, you might knock on their door. You know, I know we do that here in the UK. I've seen people in the States do it, and I'm sure people do it all over the place. Where we welcome you as a new neighbour, and anytime you want sugar, anytime you want, you know, anything, just knock on my door. Welcome to the area. But yeah, coming back to this love thing, and this helps with the mental health preparedness, because some people never experience getting love. They've always experienced hardship, being let down, not having a father figure, maybe not having a mum figure. Some people go to homes. You know, many different situations out there where they've ended up with some sort of mental health issue. And it's really sad, actually, that we kind of like put people into this sort of label. And, you know, because the system we're living in, it doesn't really care for the young, the old, the sick. It wants the ones who can pay tax. It wants the ones that can go to work. I'm sure many of you understand, you know what I'm talking about. And, you know, it's almost like the ones that are mental health are double impacted, because not only have they grown up in that way, whatever they went through. Some people go to war. You mentioned earlier people committing suicide, but yet other people have got to a situation and then they're getting, you know, knocked by. When I say knocked, they're getting put down by the world, by other people, society. Oh, you're worthless. You know, you're just claiming benefit. You know, nothing. Where's the love? Where's the care? Where's the, you know, I'm sure you guys remember a time when you've been walking along and someone fell over and there's 10 people rushing straight over there to help them out. Are you okay? Are you okay? I mean, it's changing now. You're hearing stories about people on the tube in London. Some guy was having a heart attack. No one done anything. Poor guy just died, you know. So, you know, we need love in this world. You know, people that have got mental health, they need to be nurtured, they need to be, you know, to be, how could I say, made to feel that there's something, there's somebody, they've got a purpose.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right with a lot of that there. And there's definitely an advantage to having a coherent family unit. You know,
Yeah.
if you're not so much a case of there's a head of a household who takes control, but if you know, let's just take a traditional sort of family unit of like a mother, father, and 2 or 3 kids or something. If the children see the mother and the father working together, and they deeply care about each other and they love each other,
Yes.
That gives the children reassurance and confidence to carry on whatever it is they have to do, and that protects their mental health in an SHTF situation as well, because there's nothing more stressful to children in a stressful situation than looking up to their parents, who they believe to be the people that are going to provide them with everything they need and the guidance that they need, and seeing them panicking or stressing out or not being equipped with what's going on, or worse, fighting with each other because they're disagreeing with what's going on. It doesn't matter to me who the head of the household is necessarily. It can be the man or the woman or whatever. You know, some great leaders in the world have been women. That is just the case. I mean, I kind of take the approach of the Little House on the Prairie type approach, where the man and the boys were sort of out doing the manual labor type stuff, and they were kind of the head of the household in a way, because they were the ones sort of going out and getting the bacon, as it were. But the women, when you watch them, the grandmother and the wife, they were kind of the head of the household, really, because they were the matriarchy or whatever sort of.
Mum, isn't it? That's why. Mum,
they were dealing with everything else, and I see it more as a coin, two sides of a coin. I don't really see it as one being above the other in a rank. It's more a case of it's a coherent unit. It's a coherent unit, but they have different strengths, and it's about recognizing that they're different and there's different strengths there. And from a mental point of view, those strengths, learning what those strengths are and accepting them, will allow you to have a more coherent mental attitude towards things as well. If you go blindly into something in the sort of, I suppose, the sort of woke way of thinking, where everybody's entirely perfectly equal, you're probably going to fall foul of lots of things in an SHTF situation, because the real world doesn't care about people's feelings. It only cares about what's going on, and you have to deal with it based on the realities of the world and the natural order of the way things are. And it's just to me, it's just obvious. We've been doing this for millennia, so we know how to act, we know how to be.
But what's happened is, certain people, instead of underlining morality and love and doing the right thing, they've almost given everybody the go ahead to be immoral. Now, how many children are being born, no father, the dad's gone, single mums, and there's loads of youngsters that have been brought up with no father figure. They get into crime, they get into gangs, all sorts of things goes on. So it's very important to have that structure, to have like the Waltons as well. Do you remember the Waltons?
Yeah.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Grandma. Good night, son. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mum.
That was a very social, coherent household. Everybody had their role. Everybody had their opinion. There was no person genuinely in charge, though. I mean, the father was the sort of
family, the unit.
He was the sort of guy who sat at the head of the table type thing, and then you have the oldest boy and all that. But none of them were actually outranking any other. They all had their place and time. Even the very young children.
Why, because everybody's loved. Sadly, in the world today, not everybody's loved. I mean, we got our leaders that are all slagging each other off. Trump to Hillary, right? If I was there, you'd be in prison. I mean, these are our leadership. And like you're saying, it's important for children to see good leadership. And, the sad thing as well, it's being messed up because of entertainment, right? Just play the Xbox, watch a movie, get a video, and it's like bypassing that sort of structure of parenthood and family unit. You'll get children. There was an advert, and the advertisers were sort of directing it straight at the children, saying, "Look, it's not about your parents; it's about you." To the point where the children were turning around and saying to their parents, "It's not about you; it's about us." So it's what's happening in the world today is a battle for law and order, a battle of morality versus immorality, a battle of good against evil, right and wrong, good and bad. That's what's going on. And exercise your heart. We're talking about exercising push-ups. We're talking about prepping, talking about mental health. I grew up as a child saw my brother stabbed twice. I know I've spoken about this before. I don't want no sympathy. Seen my mum and dad divorced, both remarried, felt like the furniture. And to be quite honest, people treat you like crap in this world when you've been through a lot of stuff. They sort of kick you as well. You know, they don't understand you, so they straight away want to kick you and say things about you and say, you know, you're doing this or you're doing that, and without trying to use their love and heart to understand what the person's trying to talk about. If someone's trying to talk to you and trying to share his heart, you don't say to that person, you talk too much. You say to that person, I'm here for you. Even though I went through all that stuff in my life, I'm like one of those puppies. You went through so much crap, got kicked, got stabbed, got burnt, got this, got that, but still shows love to humans. I'm like that. You know, I still, after going through all that stuff I went through, I still show, and I try, I yearn for that love to come. But sadly today, people don't know how to love.
I think a lot of people in most of the societies we live in will still have a sort of sense of family cohesion and love and respect for each other. We could argue forever about society as a whole in each one of our respective countries as to whether we think it's at a particularly good or bad level. It changes. It changes a little bit. It goes up and down and things like that. And, you know, culture changes and social cohesion changes and things like that. But as preppers and survivalists, it's about adapting to those things and putting things in place that best allows us to make it through those kind of situations and bring the people who we care about along with us as well. You know, if the entire well, you can only ever try to, and you can only ever.
If you went somewhere and you knew the direction of going somewhere, and then you're saying to the people it's this way, and then they're saying to you, you're nuts, you're mad, you're this, but you've actually been there. You've actually been to that place and you know how to get there. Sorry to cut again, Alan. But people today don't accept the warnings. Hey, you know, I mean, when I talk about the Bible, it helped me. So when I try to express that to people, hey, this helped me, you know, but then they've got all their programming from the world: hate this, hate truth, hate goodness, hate love, hate the Bible, anything that's good, hate it. But that's what I encourage you guys: don't let them stop you from loving people, being kind, being honest, all the stuff that Guardian talks about. I totally understand him, and I know, and this is what's needed. But sadly, in the world today, people are selfish, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. There's going to be a nuclear war. There's going to be more pestilence. And that Fauci's going to make more money, no doubt, you know. But evil prevails when good men don't speak. You need good men to speak.
I think for me, it's a case of trying to work out what I've got control of, you know, in the world and adapting myself to that. I could certainly sort of give all of my sort of opinions about various politics and various things going on in the world as well, but you know, ultimately I can really only control the things that I'm in control of. If nuclear war happens, it happens. There's nothing I can do to prevent that. I could be a lifelong advocate against nuclear weapons or incredibly pro them for some reason.
Love more.
It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop it happening, though. You know, it's.
Well, if we all loved more, it would stop. A lot of things would stop happening. If people loved more, people won't rob people's phones. They won't, you know, steal each other. You know, they won't. But this is where the family unit taught you how to do these things. Like you said, everyone in that family was valued. You know, and I'm sure they had stories because they were great they were great. I used to love watching those programs because they gave you a kind of little moral story at the end of it. Each series had a little story about one of the family members. If it wasn't about John Boy, it was about the little daughter, it was about granddad, and it was always some kind of moral teaching. And slowly in society, they've taken that out. Now, if you look at stuff, it's like, what is going on here? I mean, if you got families from then coming to now, and seeing what's going on with the family. What is called? I mean, what anyway? It's unrecognised, and then we wonder why the world's gone crazy. Well, there it is, right there. That family stuff builds a good community. If you've got a good family, you've got a good little village. If you've got a good little village, you've got a good little big town. You've got a good town, you've got a good city. You've got a good city, good nation. Got good nations, bam. Everyone's nice. But sadly, they're not.
Yeah, I mean the problem with the idea is, I mean, even like TV programs like what we're talking about. I'm a fan of those programs as well. They're idealistic programs, and they were never really reflective of reality. I mean, they were for some people, but of course, every household back in, I mean, the Waltons, for example, was what, the 1920s, right? Not every family household was like that in the 1920s. Some of them were also broken and impoverished, and,
Yeah, but
and
most of
various
them
things
were.
going on.
Most of them were like that.
I don't know if most of them. I don't know if that's the
Yeah,
case.
they were. They
There
were.
was certainly a lot of crime going on, and like I said earlier,
Well, when I
there
was
are-
young, our family divorced, but yet loads of other families didn't divorce. So it's not every. Most families in them times were kind of worldwide. I think. Anyway, sorry to cut you there.
no. I mean, my point just being that, like I said earlier, there are just some people in the world who would like to see it burn, and I can quite imagine, one of those fantastically brought up, well-educated sort of children in the Waltons, just growing up to be a complete anarchist for some reason. It has nothing to do with his environment or his upbringing. It's just the way they are. And that does happen. That happens in the world. And to me, it's not about a fantasizing about a world where everything's ideal. Everybody's caring for each other. There's no violence. There's no war. All our leaders get along and we all agree with everything. Because I'm a creature of, well, I'm going to prepare for the future based on everything that's happened in the past. Now, there's never been a point in history where everybody's just been, you know what, we're doing great, guys. There's no war. There's no disease. There's no pestilence. Everybody's happy. There's no evil in the world. It's never happened. I mean, the society does have peaks and troughs of good and bad points throughout its history based on whatever country you're in. But ultimately, what you see in the world today is kind of the way it's always been. In fact, the world today has never been a safer, more secure, more harmonious place ever in history. This is the safest it's ever been. You just have to look.
Yeah.
You just have to look at statistics to see that's the case.
Yeah,
It's
got the potential.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying don't try. I'm not saying don't speak up. Definitely do that. Hold people to account. Because if we don't speak up and we don't hold people to account and we don't challenge our leaders, they will become more and more fascist.
Yes,
and
evil prevails when the good men don't speak. And sadly, today that's what it's a battle of words. Don't say that. Why? Why is it all a battle of words? It's all a battle of words. Don't say this. Don't say that. Careful what you say. Fear of what you say. Oh, careful what you write down on your social media. All you're thinking, Shadow. What are you thinking there, Shadow? Oh, careful what you're thinking there. You might get the thought police on your case. He just had a kind thought on helping his neighbour. Oh, you can't feed the homeless. Oh, you can't do that.
There's a certain point where I'll always kind of just try to be understanding of fellow humans, and that really comes from a compassion and an empathy point of view, and understanding and I really do I believe that there are good people from every different religion. I have some people that are, because South Africa is extremely diverse when it comes to not only ethnicity, but it comes to different religions as well. I know some amazing Muslim people that I can't judge and say that they're on the wrong faith or something like that. So I've just got to, and I'm being serious, if you had my real life experience, you'd see how many times people from all different types of different walks of life, different backgrounds have been an amazing, have had amazing friendships, and I've had amazing journeys along their life paths as well. And it's just been incredible to be in such a diverse place such as I am, and experience that there are people that I don't think that this is very content. Some people might disagree with what I'm just about to say here, but I think that if a person is Muslim and they pass away, whichever God is out there that is a God of love would absolutely see that this human being has been trying to be a good and kind and compassionate person to other people, and has been living a good life, and is not being and I'm not speaking about extremists, because there's extremists of every different faith and background. I'm saying that, like, I legitimately believe that there are absolutely good people from all different walks of life, and I have to be respectful to them as well. So when I do speak about my faith, I have to be very cautious in what I really believe. I don't think that anybody on this panel even knows what religion I am, because I've never ever put it in front of other people for them to be like, okay, you're of this faith or something. Yes, I may have traditional views, but my actual faith is not of the norm, if you want to call it that, and that's okay for me. It comes down to just being mindful and loving.
What is your faith? What is your belief? If you're going to say it like that, if you're going to kind of sort of hover on it, what is it? Buddhism?
No, I don't think you'd ever guess it.
Well, then just tell us it then.
No, it's a personal walk of mine. That's
nothing.
much more
if it's personal, keep it personal.
Yeah. The thing for me is, again, it comes down to the looking at the absolute big picture of things, you know, and the smaller picture of things. So religion and world politics and things like that, to me, that's big picture stuff, and I can't individually influence any of that stuff. You know, all I can do is prep or train for the things that are likely to affect me, and I can do that based on what's going on around me, a little bit of background knowledge about history, and adapting to my outcome. It doesn't matter which religion I am. If I live in a country where everybody's one religion and I'm not that religion, and suddenly that becomes hostile to me, I would then have to either adapt by simply becoming that religion or moving away from that religion. So that's how religion would affect me. Whether that's a good or a bad religion is irrelevant. It doesn't matter to me, because for me, it's about preparing and surviving based on the surroundings, the environment around me. Simply me talking about it or objecting to it or advocating for it isn't going to change the society around me, because that's not really how individuals in society work. And again, it's kind of like with nuclear wars and things like that. I can't do anything about nuclear wars, but I'm not going to not prepare for them just because I can't do anything about them. Some people are just of a survivalist mindset, whereas even if they're given odds which are astronomically against them, they'll still try to prepare and survive those odds. I think I'm one of those people. If I found out tomorrow that the entire world was about to be flooded, by the ocean was going to rise 100 meters, I would start preparing for that. Even if there was no hope, I would still start building a boat or something. That's a ridiculous example, but you see where I'm going is, it doesn't matter what life gets put in front of me. I'm still going to try and prepare my way around it as comfortably as I can. Ultimately, the only things that are guaranteed to me in life is I'm going to die and I'm going to pay tax. That's it. How I go about those two things is the key to good survival or bad survival. And if I can bring my children along with me and allow them to have a more successful, happier life and reach old age, then I've succeeded. I've passed on my genes and they've lived happy. That is the entire point of life. It doesn't matter what religion this country is 100 years from now, or if nuclear war happens 1,000 years from now, or an asteroid hits the Earth. All those things are out of my control. I try to prep and survive for the things that are in my control.
Yeah, I would like to throw this in real quick here. Read Marcus Aurelius. He's a philosopher, and understand his teachings. One primary thing to keep yourself mentally fit is, remember this: you and I cannot control the thoughts and the actions of other people.
Yeah.
You can only control your own thoughts and actions. That's it. Once you get that instilled into your core, and you see people doing stupid, crazy stuff, well, that's their choice, and just keep on going, doing what you're doing.
If you get the book called Meditations from Marcus Aurelius as well, sums up and pinpoints a lot of the key points that are very valuable, and it'll give you a good guideline. Well brought up, Bob. That's actually extremely useful. It's something that I've definitely taken a lot of note on.
What's the last name there? I'm going to take a note of that. Marcus what?
Marcus Aurelius.
Aurelius.
Yes.
All his teachings were written about 2,000 years ago. He was a former emperor of a Roman emperor from a long time ago. But once you get your mental core to that point to where I cannot control you. I cannot control this and that.
That's right.
It really stabilizes your
That's
mind.
right. That's
to where,
right.
You know, here's your fear porn. Here's your fear porn, and I just
Yeah,
deflect it.
that's
Just
right.
deflect.
Welcome, Miss
Deflect.
May.
That's
Good to
right.
see you.
That means that we can all have our own opinion, and you know, not have any fear of sharing your own opinion. Like you're saying, you know, Alan can think the way he wants to think. You can think the way you want to think, Bob. I can think the way I want to think, and we can all share and share the ideas of what we think. That's the whole good. The good thing is, the Greeks used to have whole stadiums where they can just go and talk. I mean, imagine that. You know, a play. I mean, people might say that's the town. You know, people might go to the pub or they might go to the village square. But in Greece, they used to have whole colosseums, just go and have debates, discussions. In the UK, we've got places like Speaker's Corner where people can go and speak about what they want to speak about. And Guardian doesn't want wants to keep his thing personal, but me, I don't mind talking about my faith. I'm actually a follower of Jesus. It was the Romans that labeled people as Christians. We were called followers of the way or followers of Jesus. And, you know, there are, like Guardian was saying, there's good and bad in all places, good and bad black people, good and bad white people, good and bad Muslims, good and bad Christians. But we do have to educate ourselves and to know about certain ideologies. And I do think it does matter what, you know, what ideology UK might have in 100 years. To you, it might not matter. But, you know, if you've got, I mean, Guardian talks about certain people being nice. Yes, I agree with that all day long. Again, for me, I don't just go around blabbering about religion. I see and speak to people first, see where they're coming from, and for me, I put out a feeler for that love, for that sort of compassion, and for that's what I look for. And you know, what I'm getting to is if you see what's going on in places like Nigeria, you know, where Christians are being massacred. You know, we're getting Christians worldwide are being persecuted big time, and you know, people want to be in denial and say what they want to say, but it's true. Yes, there are good and bad people in all places, but sadly, when you get educated, and this is what I say to people when you lot are talking about getting books, get yourself a King James Bible and read it for yourself. Don't listen to a pastor. Don't wait for someone on the TV to read it for yourself and see what it's saying, you know. And then, you know, what is that? Someone brought up Einstein earlier. And Einstein, one of his greatest sayings was condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. So if someone's telling you, hey, I was at this place and it was really dark and it was really bad and it was really depressing and I was really anxious and I was really fearful and I was in that place for many, many years. But, you know, something got me through that when I was older, questioning what I was going through. It's not only finding out what you was going through. You spend so much. You spend so much time thinking, what did I go through? What was that all about? Why was my dad like that? Why was my mum like that? So you can imagine all these people with mental health issues around the world. A lot of them are homeless. A lot of them are ex-vets. A lot of them don't get that compassion and love. You know, they're going through what they're going through, but society today don't want to be associated with someone who's a bit nuts. You know, they don't want to be associated with some poor people. They don't want to be associated with people that have been through trials and stuff like that, which is sad because we should be me as someone who's thinking, well, where are the real humans? What's really going on? And then you start getting knocked by those people who try to say or try to talk like they've got sense. But I don't know. Can you have sense and love without love? Does sense need love, or can sense not have love? So, you know, be more loving and understand where someone's coming from, what they're going through. But yeah, don't just knock someone if they say, you know, I found this path and it's amazing. It's a narrow path, course, the world's going to have many other paths. Many people say things like, "Oh, there's many paths to God." Is there? You think so? Actually, the way to God is very narrow, and that's
I
about it.
disagree. On that, I kind of disagree. I think that the way to God is, I know that certain faiths do believe that the way to God is narrow.
So how do so you disagree that the way to God is narrow, but you're saying that there's a way to God on the wide path.
I'm not on the wide path. I'm just saying that there, if you look at the way that a mountain seeds its rivers across the land, I think that there are many rivers, and I do not judge another river for going, for where it comes from. I think that God would be much more
We're not talking
intellectual.
about rivers. We're talking about souls here, brother.
Yeah, but
We're
irrespective
talking
of
about
that,
souls. We're talking about guiding souls here.
I do understand. That's would it not be?
You're
Is it
saying
not?
you're saying to the souls out there that may be listening that there's many paths to God. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying to the souls out there that absolutely the God, okay, in the Christian faith, it definitely puts directly and says that Christians should not judge.
Oh, but
Just
hang on a second. I did say
the most-
earlier that I was a follower of the path, follower of Jesus. Christians was given to us. It's usurped by the Roman Empire, which was a Roman Empire who King Constantine had a vision and said, "Oh, I see Jesus," and then he made Christianity the state religion. Because the reason why he made the Roman Empire a Christian was because many people below him were becoming Christian, and through political um, reasons, he thought, right, I better become a Christian because I'm losing my people. So he became a follower. They became Christians. When Barnabas went to Antioch, that's when they were first called Christian, but they were called Christians by the Romans. In fact, it's an insult. When you say someone's a Christian, it's like calling them a dog. But you see, the world today, uneducated, don't know nothing about these religions, and they talk about them like they know. That's why you say Christian. Yes, in fact, many Christians are deceived. Yes, I agree. Many Christians today are sadly deceived. But what you want to look for is the followers of Jesus, the real ones.
The problem with religion for me is okay, I can see an argument from a survivalist point of view. Like you're talking about the Christians in Nigeria being persecuted. I could give them survival advice. If I was one of those people, I could envision a way. There's an outside body of people, and they seek harm on me for whatever reason. They're a different religion. I'm this religion or whatever. I could then put a plan in place to mentally and physically prepare myself for that. It might even be a case of just bugging out of that location because I'm not going to fight that cause or whatever. Religion overall for religious people has its place for religious people. If you're a very religious person, then it really doesn't matter which religion it is, but that religion gives you some sort of sense of mental guidance or mental preparedness to get yourself through certain situations or give you answers. Then it's good for you. It's good for that. The problem religious people have, from my point of view, is they don't seem to understand that because their path to their particular religion is so profound and so obvious to them and so useful to them, they just cannot understand that to somebody like me, for example, it means nothing at all. You may as well be talking about Harry Potter. And there's no polite way of saying to somebody who's very religious, I don't believe anything you're saying, and it's got no value to me.
It's because you don't understand it. That's why. And actually,
I
it's not about being on their part. It's not about being on. It's about everyone. It's about everyone's path.
Bob hasn't spoken for a while. Just give Bob a moment, please.
Give me a moment. Oh, okay. Go back to you cannot control the thoughts and actions of other people.
Exactly.
Find that in your life. Find that. Keep it. Work on it. Like currently, all across the world, there are people out protesting and screaming and physical assaults and attacks on each other. These people are living in chaos because they're trying to control the thoughts and actions of other people.
Yeah, it's this way. It's that way. It's this way.
Don't be one of them. Yeah,
This is the
thanks.
problem with the wide path. Everybody's got a different way, and if you see, we need one way.
Oh,
We all need to go one way together. Like,
Wait,
you know,
just give Bob just 2 minutes. Just let him speak and finish his thought quickly. I just want to hear the rest of what he's saying,
Yeah,
and then I'd love to hear what you have to say as well, Dario. Just let Bob finish what he was saying, please.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it goes along that path. When you are anywhere near people who are trying to control your thoughts and your actions, get away from them. Move away from them because
well,
you're not.
this is it.
Shut up,
You
God.
shut up, man. You shut up.
No, Dario, we as a panel, and if there was a
No, man.
moderator
There's
here,
no. But look, man. I've been tolerating certain things for a bit too long now,
it's
and
not
I think
about. But
it's coming to a head.
it's
It's
not
good.
that. Bob wasn't saying anything for 10, 15 minutes there, and then he just wanted to have 2 minutes to just say his thoughts. And I
Yeah,
think
Right.
but
that
then he
every
doesn't need to be
panel
rude to people, then,
would
does he? He doesn't have to be rude, does he?
no, he wasn't being rude. He was just
Yes, he
finishing
was
his
telling
thought.
me to shut up, wasn't he?
Well, continuous
No,
continuous interruption is rudeness.
Yeah.
What? So what? You don't interrupt. None of you interrupt.
I still stay by my point, which is that
Now
it's
I'm
important.
interrupting. See, you see how you're mob mentality now.
That there was no mob mentality.
What is
I
yes?
don't.
It is. What is your beef? What
I
is
don't know
your
what.
beef? Because I'm a believer in Christ. Because I follow Jesus, and you
That's
guys
not.
have got a different spirit.
That's not the point at all. I don't
That
understand.
is the point. That's the point. Completely. The point is that you guys have got a different way of seeing things, and all of a
That's not.
sudden you're ganging up on me because I don't see the same thing as you do, and
Nobody
now
was
I'm the issue when I've not even done anything wrong. In fact, earlier on you all
Yes.
spoke for ages, and I wasn't even on the channel. Alan was speaking, you were speaking, and then I came on a bit later on, and then I just said a little bit. I just said a very little bit. Bob came on and they said I talk too much.
No, I will just say that from myself.
No,
I personally.
I just said 2-3 sentences.
Yes, no,
And now,
that's not the problem. I've never had an issue with you, Dario, and nor do I have an issue right now.
I think
All
you
that I
guys
was
do
saying.
have. I think you guys have issues with believers of God. You guys
That's a
need to
very.
look at yourselves and say, what issue have you guys got with the believers of God?
My
I
whole
think
point is that I have no issue with anybody from
Well,
any
well,
specific
that's what.
religion.
Alan
Like
already
that is
stated it doesn't mean nothing to him.
that's where we differ,
So
though.
it's like,
You're
have I been deleted from your? Am I out of your little clique? Then if I was in the forest, I said hi, Al, and you can't come with us because you're a believer in Christ.
When did I say anything remotely similar to that, though? That is not even like
What
slightly what I said.
you did?
I was not.
Well,
Wait, Bob,
I can
muted?
handle it. I can handle this moment.
Bob, you're muted?
This is the personality that I'm talking about. Someone who's trying to control your actions. Stay away from people like that in life, in general. Get away from them. They're not going to do you any good.
And who's that, Bob?
That would be you.
So, well, you know what? If you moved off from me in a survival situation, I wouldn't ask you to look back.
Okay.
I don't think
What is a closing thought, if I may? If I may have a closing thought on this.
Lovely. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the love.
I will
Nice.
say,
You just
you
proved
must-
my point completely.
if you went back, I would like you, the real love, we've had a friendship for at least over 2 to 3 years. I'd like you to go back after this live stream and really analyze the way that the conversation occurred.
I don't have
and
to. I
everything
know
that I
exactly
said.
what. I know exactly what's going on.
I disagree. I think that if you analyzed the whole way that the conversation was, you'd absolutely take
I think
note.
because of your total lack of knowledge in the subject, you guys
My
have turned
Oh,
into this. You
My
guys'
total-
total lack of knowledge in this subject has made you all come up to this thing that I'm a problem now because I've given a solution.
Now you're calling me ignorant, though. That is you saying something negative about me, and I never said a single thing.
Did I say you're ignorant?
You just said
What?
my total lack of knowledge on the subject.
dear love, you
Well,
have to appreciate it's your solution.
You're all total lack of knowledge. I said all of you.
But it's your solution for you and your knowledge.
Yeah, but
I don't.
it's not
I
my
don't need.
knowledge. It's not
I
my
don't need.
knowledge.
I don't
It's
need the
evidence.
same
It's
solution.
not my. It's God's knowledge. It's not my knowledge. I'm a damn fool without God.
Well, that's
What do I
fine
know?
for you. I mean, but that only affects you.
You see, you've
It
got all
does.
these people with all their different ways. I tell you what, you lot will get lost in the real situation. Sorry to say it.
To me, this has always been one of the biggest problems. Yeah.
This is mental health preparedness. Isn't this exactly a simulation of what could happen out in the wilderness?
Well, I handle
To
it.
me,
I can handle
yeah.
it. I can handle people saying I'm nuts. I can handle people saying I'm a problem. I can handle it because I've had it all my life as a child. You know, it's not my fault. But at the end of the day, people saying it's my fault for something that nothing's even happened. Has anything happened, guys? Has anyone been name calling anybody? Been really out of order route? No, we're having a conversation. We're sharing our ideas and thoughts.
I definitely believe that this is a brilliant case study for exactly
It
what
is.
can happen. The last thing
It
that I'll
is.
say.
Well, then that's Bob, and then Bob attacking me, and then you guys like it's okay. It's okay for Bob to say I'm trying to be controlling, right? And I'm actually sharing.
Bye,
I'm
guys.
just see you later, mate. Bye.
Bye, guys.
See you, mate. Bye.
Take care, Bob.
People got no compassion, man. The first thing when he came on, he said, "Bob, I apologise if I've come across a bit funny." And the first thing he said is like, "You talk too much." Like, so where's the compassion, man? I'm trying to be all right, and then bam, you see, it's not appreciated.
Yeah. It's a difficult one to approach, especially when it comes to religion. To me, and you take this any way you want, dear love, it doesn't concern me too much. To me, this is why religion generally, and it can be any religion, really doesn't matter to me what the God is or what the religion is. To me, this is one of the reasons why it's always a bit of a red flag in a survival situation, because people of great faith believe that they're solely correct, and they'll try and push that on other people, regardless.
Well, even if they've already stated that they don't know what they're doing and they need God, you're saying that person. Oh.
But what God? There's hundreds of them. I mean, you end up.
There's only one God.
In your opinion.
No,
but what?
It's a fact. There's only one God.
But that's your opinion.
Well,
it doesn't matter to me how many there are. Because I'm only interested in survival and prepping. I'm not interested in religion at all.
I never brought it up. Guardian brought it up. You guys brought it up.
I mean, religion has some survival.
Which is really funny because you guys brought up the subject, and now I didn't bring up the subject, and it's actually, in a way, it's good because it's all come out. It's all come out. What people? That's why I said, people feel offence or they feel if in fact, I'm glad if thought is supposed to irritate people. If I'm irritating people, I'm doing my job.
Why would that be doing your job?
Well, because it's healing.
It's healing for who?
You see, well, I mean,
all it's actually done is shut down most of the conversation.
Well, you see, that's where you're wrong.
Well, there's only 3 of us on the panel now, and out of the 3 of us, we're off topic. One's talking about a specific religion.
Well, I think,
and you're speaking to somebody who doesn't believe in it at all. So it doesn't.
Shadow does believe in. Yeah, but you're talking. Shadow is a believer.
But this isn't a religious podcast.
But
I wouldn't be on it if it was.
Guardian brought up about religion.
But even if he did, because religion's important because a lot of people have it. But there's different religions and different faith groups.
Yeah,
and I've acknowledged.
I think you need to look into what religion is properly. I think you put all your eggs into one basket and you said that's it. And that's not right because if you actually took time to read the Bible, and it says religion, pure and undefiled religion, is to visit widows and orphans in their hour of need. Now, I'm sure you, sir, would not be thinking people that do that are bad people that go and visit widows and orphans. That's what the Bible's actually saying. In fact, Jesus hated religion. If you actually read the Bible, God, it's almost, I think he condemns the religious leaders. In fact, Jesus went to the religious leaders and said, you snakes, you brood of vipers. If you actually knew
not
what
interested.
Jesus was saying,
Not interested. Honestly,
well,
mate, I can't. I mean, I can't politely say this any other way. This doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything to me at all. Nothing. You're talking about people like that matters. You know, it matters to you.
that's
And it
your
matters
escape,
to us.
that's your escape clause, yeah? Is that your escape clause? You've just been going on about religion.
I can
right?
talk generally about religion, but you're
So
not
I said
talking
to you
about
that
religion. You're not
Jesus
talking
hates
about religion.
religion, and
You're
you said it
talking
doesn't
about
matter
faith.
to you. But hold on, it should matter to you because you're saying this, when actually it's not this, and this. And then you've got corrected, and what you've done is it said it doesn't matter to you whether you got corrected. And now you're going to say, well, what correction? What what is there to say that there is correction? I don't even know what. So basically, you don't believe in love.
I think you're making up a lot of your own straw man arguments here. And
No,
I'm not going to engage in them because I'm not interested in any of them. I'm only interested in certain topics and certain situations. I don't mind talking about religion generally as it appears to, as it relates to sort of survivalism and prepping, because it's part of the world. Most people are religious to some extent, so there is a valuable conversation to be had there. But there's a difference between talking about religion generally and a religion. I mean, you could be a Muslim or a Jew or a Mormon or any one of those things to be, and it still wouldn't matter to me which one of those books you're talking about. But you as an individual religious person, you know, I mean, especially if you were being persecuted, like you were talking about in that country earlier, I can see why there's some survival or even prepping related issues there that could help that person. But to turn it on I have this particular religious belief and I'm going to sort of, you know, express it and tell you why you're wrong. You're literally you're shouting at a brick wall when it comes to me, mate. Honestly,
I'm not shouting. I'm just saying, sharing my experience.
but you haven't shared mine, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I can always turn it around and go the same way.
You're sharing yours. It's not for me to share yours. How's it?
I think we should move the conversation more to the specific aspects of, you know, the actual topic, and just park the religious side of it to one side. We've talked quite a lot about it, so it's not like we've not covered it. I mean, we've definitely covered it, and I suspect that this might come up again in conversation, you know, because it tends to.
It would be a great idea to go back to topic. We are way off topic. It would be awesome. Before I lose people.
I think earlier on, Shadow, you were talking about what can you actually do in an SHTF situation from a mental point of view. I think compartmentalizing things into short-term, medium-term, and long-term ways of thinking is the way to do it. What do you need in the short term to survive that immediate, that right there and then? And what do you need in the medium term and the long term? And if you can clearly think about what those things are, short term, medium term, long term, and broadly what's going on around you, that what is the SHTF situation, then you can make a clearer, easier set of decisions based on how you go forward. You know, is it a hurricane or a tornado, in which case you know it's going to have an end point. You know it's going to happening, you know, an hour from now, or it's happening now, but these things tend to only last, let's say, three hours or something. So you've got a short, medium, and long term plan there. And the short term, you have to sort of get to cover, get out of its wave, get away from broken glass, have some food and water, have an emergency radio, all those kind of short term things. And you have to mentally prepare yourself for the fact that it's going to be loud, noisy, there's going to be no electricity, it's going to be chaotic, and you have to be in one place. You don't really know what's going on. In the medium term, you have to think about keeping, like if you have young children or pets, keeping them calm and not causing them any kind of psychological damage as to what's going on, reassuring them, preparing them for, you know, what the immediate after effects are and calming them down and things like that. And then the long term of that would be a case of, well, what's the potential of my entire house is blowing away, the mass flooding, the power grid's down, there's no internet, there's no communication. What can I do to prepare for that? Whether it be a go bag, a place you can go to, how's the schooling going to work? How's transport going to work if I've got no car? That's the long-term part of it. So it's about layers to me about any survival situation. That's just one example of something that happens over the period of like a day, but it could have consequences that last months.
You can you can handle a short-term disaster mentally quite easy.
Yeah.
But it will get more difficult when you reach the midterm or long term with high stress, too much things in your head to think about, security, food, water, things like that. Plus, you need to have in mind people that possibly want your stuff. So that's a high stress situation for you, not only for you, even for your family members. It's a high stress situation too. So that will affect you mentally because of lack of sleep, lack of food.
And you're going to be so busy, you're not going to have a moment to sit down and rest. If there is a really good video out there about a fella who documented everything that happened after Hurricane Helene. I think it was Helene that hit the East Coast. Excellent video. He really documented everything well, and like example of some of the stuff you're going to need, and that fact that he said that he was exhausted every day he went to bed, every day, because no power, no running water, and they had to work twice as hard just to wash dishes.
Yeah.
That's he made it through it. Him and his family, they made it through it, but there was bickering in the family. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know the video you're talking about, because it really highlighted the idea that waiting on somebody to come and rescue you as well, or come and put things into place, that's not always the case. They've got so much going on as well that it's their triage and other things. They have their own issues to deal with. So you have to be far more self-reliant than I think most people think they can be. And that's the case across the world for all different kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, I prepare for example is that gap. Okay, I've got enough stuff to keep us going here, food, water, all that. There's a gap after the event happens and until the National Guard arrives with food, water, shelter, all that. Prepare for that gap right in there. It could be 3 days, it could be 3 weeks, but that's what I prepare for when we're on our own. But eventually law and order always does come back.
Yeah. I mean, because we're talking specifically about the mental health aspect of it as well, I mean, one thing that people don't really think about is there's long periods of nothing happening. You're just not informed. You don't know what's going on. So there could be long periods of just absolute boredom. You've got no power, you've got no internet, you've got no communications, or you're just being told, you hunker in and wait for the grid to come back on or something. That could be days, that could be weeks. We've had a couple of big storms in Scotland over the past few months, and I think at one point 10,000 people had no power for a few days. It might only be a few days. Anybody could probably be okay with that, but how long could somebody really last without power in a modern society like the UK? Probably no more than a couple of weeks before they really start to panic. Actually, the panic will set in because they don't know what to do, and they're not used to it.
No, I haven't fired CR today. He's not here. Yeah, it's a good listen to that guy's the way he documented everything. But one of my most memorable takeaways from his experience was 3 days after everything came apart, is he started noticing that strangers were showing up on his street, riding bicycles around, people he was not familiar with. And he noticed that because he had a moment to sit down, and he sat down on the front porch of his house and started looking around the neighborhood, So take that for what it's worth. After about 3 days is when some of the opportunists may be out there looking to grab something that you're not guarding, you know.
Yeah. People will definitely take opportunists will definitely take advantage of things. And I think over a long period of time, because a lot of people will be mentally seeking normality, they'll be looking for civilization. They'll latch onto things that appear like order, which actually might not be order. Weirdly enough, I was watching the movie The Postman yesterday. You guys ever see that? Kevin Costner.
No.
Oh, it's a great movie, Bob. You should check it out. It's called The Postman. Kevin Costner, post-apocalyptic type world. They're basically back in the sort of 18th, the 19th, early 19th century, and he finds he puts on a U.S. Postal Service uniform and uses that as an excuse to get into small dwellings to say, I'm the re-established U.S. Postal Mail Service. Please feed me. And it becomes obviously a hero thing where he really does become like the U.S. Mail Service and all that. But it's a good story. Obviously it's from the 90s, I think 1992 or something. But it's a great example as to where small civilizations band together, and sometimes for good and for bad. And they kind of went back to the Wild West days, where you had the orderly little towns, but you also had gangs of people who got large and became like little armies, and they would go into these towns and they would just take what they wanted, literally. And it was a case of trying to fend that off. And in the short term, that's always the case. Anybody who's been watching what goes on in Gaza recently, I keep an eye on that purely from us, because I believe that survival is learned by watching what's going on in the real world. There's a ceasefire there now, and you think, well, excellent, peace. But what you now have is gang warfare within Gaza itself. And people are being executed on the streets, and things are being taken, and there's revenge attacks and all this kind of stuff. That would happen in most SHTF situations. You've got to remember, Gaza is an SHTF situation for the people who live there. And so you can learn a lot of lessons from looking at that. You don't have to pay attention to the politics, but you can look at the actual physical things that's going on there and learn from it, I think. And the mental gymnastics that people are having to go through there to survive must be incredible,
Yeah, but I'll go back to what I said originally. Whatever equipment you have, whatever your plan is, practice it. Do it again, and do it again, and do it again, and keep practicing, so that when things do come apart, because I expect it in the wintertime, we're going to get power outage, whatever. Practice, just keep going. That way, when it does happen, man, you just fall right in place. I know, man, organized and practiced, and deal with things as they come at you. You can prepare for some things, but as it comes at you, stay calm, think your way through it. Yeah. Oh.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it was when a couple of weeks ago, when on my stream, when my mental status were low, and that because of my father's passing, and the last 1.5 year plus 2 or 3 months with high stress constantly.
Yeah.
My stress levels were at basically at the Pluto, basically. So constantly for over a year. because of this all these paperwork meetings and all things like that, and that drained me mentally. Basically, I it is like the hard drive was full almost, and you delete the information and more come in, and finally, hey, one thing at a time, please.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. That's the best way to handle it. Is I learned this from my wife. My wife is her first career is an engineer, civil engineer, designing
Yeah,
bridges and roads. You take a problem and you cut it into thin slices, and take it one slice at a time. You know, to cut it up, keep a big problem into very small problems and solving. But sometimes you don't have a choice. I went through the whole loss of my parents, and it's a whirlwind of all these people demanding from you after you've just lost your mom or dad. You know, it's just a whirlwind, and more of and more paperwork and more and more and more to do. It's just really draining. Yeah.
it is.
Mhm.
So, how can you prepare for something like that, losing your parents in a short period of time? How can you prepare for something like that
It's hard to.
mentally?
Mhm.
It was
You don't.
extremely difficult. I think one way you can prepare is in life in general. Maybe show more love, more compassion. And are you actually? Me and my mother, may her soul rest in peace, passed away a few years back, and in 2016 my father passed away. So I know exactly how it feels like, and uh, my way of kind of dealing with it was, or preparing for it, is at least talking about things that maybe you had disagreements. Okay, remember those disagreements we had, or you know, and I just want to tell you that I love you. And quite often you might hear stories of someone passing away, and then the other person saying things like, "Oh, I wish I said certain things to them," you know. But the sentiment's still good that you have that thought. Um, but yeah, preparing for the loss, it's very very difficult. Um, but me as someone who has faith, I do believe there's more. There's more than just here as well, and that's why sometimes it's almost okay. It's another subject, another time. To prepare for death, and we're talking about it now. You guys are sharing your stories of it's hard. Shadow is extremely difficult. I kind of was kind of lost for a little while. I was like, oh, I was kind of at a loss for words, ideas. But they would want us to carry on. That your parents would want you to carry on, Shadow, and grow and do more things in life. They wouldn't want you to sort of stop and be down. Yes, we mourn. I had to go through the process, like Bob was saying, the paperwork. My mum passed away. I had to deal with the funeral. Had to get everything arranged. I mean, I've never done that before, but my faith helped me. I was sometimes. There's a poem. I was going to ask you if I can read it, but I just won't bother now. But I'll just if you guys know the poem, if you can keep your head and all others around are losing theirs, then you'll be doing all right. Now I do understand you, Alan. That it does cause a lot of stuff. Now we know what it means. Now I'll keep it simple. I don't want to get into. I want like people in the chat are saying, I hope you guys heal soon. We're okay. Everything's is love. I love you guys. I've got no bad thoughts to anybody. But yeah, preparing is like how many of you guys had a dog in your lifetime before, and then you lose your dog? Heart wrenching. It's like, oh man. And then days after, you're sort of looking down in the area where your dog was, and he's not there. or you might be in your car. Anyway, you know, so sometimes, like now, I've got a dog who's 7 in November, so I'm like, okay, he's not going to be here for that long, so I'm preparing myself from now. My last dog, Samantha, she passed away in 2021. I got a puppy to help me get over her because I've experienced it before her as well. So yeah, preparing for all different situations. Just sort of be aware of it. It's going to happen. Try to have the good memories. Try to think, okay, I have to continue. Life goes on. There's survival, like Alan was saying about Gaza. You know, it's sickening to see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots that you said there that I agree with as well. Especially, I mean, I think especially for men, when it comes to things like bereavement or other mental stresses, I think it's well established now that trying to suppress your feelings and just, you know, they're in there, but you're just not expressing them or dealing with them isn't helpful. It doesn't help anybody that really. It causes more mental anguish than is necessary. But the reason we feel things like grief and bereavement and all these kind of things, these are natural things. You know, they help us naturally in life and in survival. You know, they're in there, and we shouldn't pretend that they're not there and do away with them. And I mean, it's a sad reality that most people know that their parents are going to die before them. I mean, that's a sad reality of life. And even when it's funny that you mentioned dogs. Actually, I've got 2 dogs. One of them's 10 and one of them is amazingly 17 and a half years old.
Wow.
He's downstairs just now because he can't walk up the stairs. And I actually took 2 days off work this week because I thought he was dying. And I didn't want him to die alone, so I stayed. I just took some days off work. I don't go back till Monday now. And he bounced back, but he's already well past his life expectancy, so I know he's going to die soon. That's not going to be a shock to me, but I will be bereaved about it. But I will prepare myself as much as possible and the knowledge that that's going to happen, and then simply move on, because that's what prepping and survival is about. The prepping aspect of it is about seeing it on the horizon because you know it's likely to happen, and the survival part of it is about understanding the feelings that are going to come from it mentally, and then navigating your way through them.
Preparing for that, exactly.
Preparing for that.
It's going to hit you. It's going to hurt you. It's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to be going through different emotions, anger, all sorts of stuff from bereavement. And, you know, you blame yourself. So I blamed myself. So I went through many years of blaming myself. I'm no good. I'm no good. You know, it's horrible. But, you know, that's where I tried to share with my faith about the Bible saying you are valued. I love you. So for me, someone young, trying to find what you said earlier about where is civilization, or where are people that are nicer in life or whatever. Anyway, yeah. So we're all valued by God. We're all valued. We've all got something
Grumpy,
to put in.
adventures I have, people I can talk to. So I have my YouTube friends, my family. So
You're doing good. You're doing good, Shadow. You're doing really good. You know, I appreciate you, brother, and putting on the show and you know, being humble and.
It's one of the really good things about this kind of community, you know, that the prepper type community is it is a community. There are like-minded people. We all of us have different views on the world and politically and all sorts of stuff, but we tend to agree on the important things about being. We have to live together. You know, we have to care a little bit more about each other. We have to think about things more and share our experiences and share what we think is the best way to prepare or survive certain things. I mean, I've always believed that there really is a difference between a survivalist and a prepper. And, you know, one is no better than the other, but they're different. A survivalist is more of a lone wolf type of person. They don't tend to have as much community as preppers do. There are not really any survivalists discussions like this, but there's lots of prepper ones, and there's a reason for that. And I think that's because preppers have realised that most of us in the world live in communities, and we have to prepare for all the things that means. When we talk about SHTF situations, we're usually talking about human things. If nuclear war happened tomorrow, that would be a disaster for all of humanity and a lot of wildlife. But the world would be fine. The world would recover 500 years later, and it wouldn't care less what happened to the stupid people that blew themselves up. So it's not the world isn't ending, it's people that are ending, it's civilization that's ending. And that's why it's important for communities like preppers to get together and think about all the ways that they can mitigate against these kind of things, whether that be from a more narrow point of view, like what I tend to focus on, like what can I personally control, or from a more bigger world point of view, like what you do, dear love, where you sort of like to see the bigger picture and think about, how can we change society to stop it happening in the first place? These are all great. These are great things, and this is the great thing about these kind of forums, because there's a diversity of opinion there, and we're not all right. We can't all be the one that's correct, but collectively, we're probably more right collectively than we'll ever be individually. And it's important to sort of learn off each other that way. Take the bits that you want to learn from and ignore the other bits. I give advice to people about wilderness survival and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean it's the right advice. It's just the way I like to do it. So, there's probably much better ways of doing it, and there's definitely far more knowledgeable people out there. But there's nothing wrong with listening to them too.
Yeah, it is, Grumpy. YouTube, my YouTube friends have been a good help. My wife.
Yeah, good to send you a text every now and then.
Yeah,
checking in.
I appreciate that. And Frenchie Sandy says, losing close family members takes time to deal with a new reality. It's not a quick process.
No,
I definitely agree with that.
it's not. You can't ever really get over it, but you can learn to live with it. And this is where the good memories and the good, the love that you shared is really nice to think about the good things. And
yeah, this is actually a really important topic, though. See, just thinking about the idea of mental preparedness for SHTF situations, see, when you really think about it, that would be the number one thing. That would be the biggest problem. Because if it really is an SHTF situation, that is the worst thing that's ever happened to you ever in life, probably, and everybody around about you. So it will be an entirely brand new experience. Even if you've planned for it and prepared for it. I mean, yeah, granted, if you live in a hurricane sort of prone place, and to you an SHTF situation is a hurricane, and you have 2 or 3 of them a year, I would say that's on the sort of lower end of the scale as to what could happen. But if we woke up tomorrow and nuclear war started and half of Europe was wiped out and the other half of the world was on fire, the mental stress that would put on all of us, just on our worldview alone, would be astronomical. And it's important for us, while we're in the position we're in just now, to try and focus our mind and say to ourselves, this is how I think I would best prepare myself for any eventuality. Not that one specifically. I'm just making that up off the top of my head as an example. Because if you focus too much on things like that, you go a bit crazy probably, because you're hyper focused on one thing, one scenario, and ignoring something else. So it's better to be sort of broadly thinking about these kind of things. But unfortunately, I mean, it's either unfortunate or it's fortunate that not all of us in life get to genuinely feel extreme stress. We all experience bereavement at some point, or parents or grandmothers. For some people, they lose their children. which is worse, in my opinion. You know, everybody knows their grandparents are going to die. Everybody knows their parents will die
Yeah.
10 or 20 years before them. Nobody should lose their children before them. You know, that's out of whack. And that has a larger, greater, more profound sense of bereavement going on there. I know my little dog is going to die soon, and I'll be sad about it, and I'll remember him forever. The little logo, my little logo is that dog. But ultimately, I know he's lived a long, good life, so I'm content with that. Like Dara Love says, you do everything you can in the time that you have, and you prepare for it. So I'm mentally prepared for that. It's not that I'm going to be numb to it, and I'm not going to just put it to the side.
You know,
But
the time is coming.
the time is coming, and so I'm preparing.
Yeah.
And that's what we do as preppers. We hedge our bets.
Exactly. This
We
is
hedge
what
our
I'm
bets.
talking about. This is what I'm talking about. And this is where the faith is a massive part of it, because I believe that in these times, it's not, you see, a lot of times people talk about materialistic disasters. They talk about hurricane, tornadoes, you know, but as well, there's the spiritual stuff as well. You know, I don't know if you guys know about things like CERN, where they're experimenting with really things that they shouldn't be I mean, they're doing experiments out there today that you wouldn't believe anyway. There's not, you know, but this is, you know, you might say, what's that got to do with mental preparedness? Well, you know, we're going to see, I believe we're going to see things that people are simply really not prepared for. I mean, well, actually, in fact, I was going to briefly talk about this, but then Chef stopped me thinking, hold on, he's going to talk about silly things, blah, blah. I understand. I wasn't going to say that, but silly things. I was going to say that if you look at the alien thing, okay, I don't believe in aliens. For me, if when you talk about aliens, for me that's demonic. You know, they're demons. I don't think there's. But anyway, they put it in films. You've got even films where you've got a copper, a Will Smith, or some other actor who's working alongside an alien, a blue guy, sort of. And then you think, why do they keep putting aliens in movies? You know, then you've got Star Trek. Anyway, you know, so we're talking about preparedness of stuff that are coming, but there's the spiritual things as well. I do believe there's going to be things supernatural happening as well, not just like natural things. But I reckon there's going to be supernatural things going on. I mean, we do hear reports about alien sightings and kidnappings, and we do hear about some cases where people have you know, said in the name of Jesus go, and the aliens have gone. And you know, you say, well, what's the connection there? And okay, this is a deep subject, but again, it's still part of mental health preparedness, because it goes along with what I said earlier about how people might see something that they might have a heart attack on the spot. You know, it's right outside my comfort zone. I mean, people get a taste of that in America when you're walking in the woods, bam, a mountain lion's right in front of you, bam. You know, I don't. You know, being someone in the UK, London, and the city, I don't see bears and what have you. But I don't know up in Scotland. You know, but maybe in the past there was wolves and big boars. But yeah, being mentally prepared for something that may be supernatural as well as material as well. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well. I think. I mean, it really is a case of trying to. If you as an individual are looking to prepare for something, and we all pick our sort of subject to prepare for, but if something new is on the horizon that you think is going to be something that's worthy of preparing for, then I think you should follow your gut instinct and prepare for it.
Yes.
I don't really believe in aliens or anything either to any real extent. You know, I mean, mathematically, I think there's probably life in other worlds, but I've never seen one. And
Have
then,
you ever
and I'm
heard
not,
of John Doe? Or is it John D?
I don't know.
The original 007. He was Queen Elizabeth's advisor. He was like a magician type advisor, type philosopher. Anyway, he claimed that he used to call up entities. And these people have been dabbling in this stuff for a long time. I'm sure. Remember the film Venom?
Yeah.
When the scientists are looking for this black goo, and you might hear black goo mentioned with CERN as well. I mean, you know, mental health preparedness. Some of this stuff might sound crazy.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
how do you prepare people for it? Like, you're crazy. And then if someone's seen it, Costas says spoke about something about that.
I mean, it is in a way. In a way, it's crazy, but in another way, it's not. So, for example, what I was getting at is,
Sorry, yeah.
let's take the alien thing for example. It doesn't. I'm not prepared. There's nothing in my preparedness just now, or my survival way of thinking that has anything to do with aliens, right? I have no plan.
Haven't you got the handbook on aliens?
No,
on the back of the
nothing
bag?
at all. Nothing at all. But let's say, for example, I was
Excuse me.
camping out in the woods and I seen an alien. You know, right? Apart from freaking me the hell out, I would then be in a position where I have to think about it mentally. So what I would then have to do is I have
You're
to
not
mentally.
there. You're not there. It's an illusion.
Yeah, well, that's what I would suspect it would be. So I have to think of it from a mental health point of view as to either I've hallucinated this for some reason, there's some sort of trick that's been played on me, or there really are aliens. Now, all
MK
three-
Ultra.
yeah, I mean, but the thing is, all three of those things require some sort of mental health preparedness. Now, if I've hallucinated it, for example,
Correct. Yes.
right, that means because, and I haven't taken like drugs or anything. So if I've hallucinated it, it means there's a neurological issue there. So I should prepare myself for the possibility of some sort of neurological issue and go to a doctor and prepare myself mentally and psychologically for a bit of bad news. Okay. The other thing is some sort of somebody's playing a trick on me, some sort of elaborate trick. Well, that means there's some sort of external force out there that wants to mess around with me for some reason, some sort of adversary, and they've went to great lengths to look like an alien for some reason. I have to prepare for that from a security point of view and to figure out why somebody's done that. Okay, so that's another way of preparing for that. And then I've got the third conclusion that that really was an alien. And I'm left with two problems then. Problem number one is, should I tell anybody? Because they'll think I'm crazy. And the other problem being, if I genuinely believed I'd just seen an alien in the woods, that's going to change my entire world outlook now, because now I know that we're not alone in the world, and that changes everything. It could be a demon. It could be some other entity. It could be a ghost. I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. I've still seen it and I'm still freaked out, and I have to then live with that. But those are three different examples of the same situation being played out. And those are the three things I would think about on how to prepare for something like that. I mean, it's a kind of silly subject, but lots of people do. Lots of people do think
marauders in the same way. In a sense, you could see marauders. They're alien to my property.
I tell you what, I make the joke that I don't believe in Bigfoot or aliens or monsters until 3 o'clock in the morning, where I'm in a hammock in the middle of a wilderness by myself. Then every little snap and every little branch to me is a Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's really pitch black, and if you're not careful, it's so easy to get lost. If you're not,
well, do you know, fear in the wilderness is a natural thing. And there's mental exercises I deliberately went through when I was younger to prepare myself for that. And this is connected to what we're talking about a little bit here as well, because human beings have got a natural instinct to be afraid of the dark. And there's actual reasons for doing that, because we don't see very well in the dark. We're a daytime species. We're not nocturnal. We don't see very well, and there's predators in the dark. Back in the days where you're running around the plains of Africa or whatever, things like lions and stuff roam around in the dark and they can see a lot better. So we have a natural instinct to be afraid of those kind of things, and it's still there. That's why little children are afraid of it, and even adults, because they're not used to exposing themselves to it. When I was very young and I started going camping by myself and the forests around where I lived, I deliberately said to myself, I know it's dark, I know it's scary, but I know what's in there. There aren't any bears. There aren't any big cats. There aren't any wolves. The biggest thing out there is a badger and a fox, and those things won't harm me. I don't think there's any people out there, because if I can't see, they can't see. We didn't have thermal imaging and stuff in those days, but there was no murderer out there. I convinced myself psychologically, and I psyched myself up, and the belief that I'm going to be okay, but I'm going to hear things and I'm going to experience feelings that are kind of spooky to me, but I'm just going to do it anyway. And I deliberately put myself into an uncomfortable situation where I was in a woodland, I had my little fire and I had my tent, and I was looking around all the time at every little owl that made a noise and branch that snapped. And over a period of time, over a period of doing this all the time, you just become used to it. you become hardened to the reality that those are all natural things. It would be unnatural to me now to go into a woodland and not hear or see something. So it's a case of recognizing what you should be concerned about and what you shouldn't be concerned about. I've camped in wildernesses in Poland and Slovakia that have real bears that will kill you, and they do roam around at night time sometimes. And it's about being aware of that and preparing for that, both physically and mentally, and having a plan. I don't plan for bear attacks when I'm in Scotland because there aren't any bears, so I don't think about it. But it's still there in the back of my mind because it's part of the natural instinct and it's part of the gut feeling, which is a real thing. And that's how I mentally prepare for anything. You know, I look to the future and I try and identify what I think the risk is going to be, and if that risk was to come to me, what effect would it have on me, and how can I deal with it? You know, from a survival point of view, and that's the best way to go with it, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, it's a big one because mentally preparing for something that's going to give you the fear factor, let's say, and you know, saying okay, you know, you've heard cases where some of these alien demons, whatever they are, were allegedly about to kidnap someone, and the person shouted out, "In the name of Jesus, go away," and they fled. So what I'm trying to say is the fear factor thing. If you do have fear, if you sense fear, say, right, what can sense fear? You know, animals can sense fear. I think they can smell. I think we release some kind of chemical that animals can smell. Is it
Or like a pheromone type thing.
That's it.
I mean,
That's it. Yeah.
fear. I mean, all animals, including ourselves, have got instincts that have tuned us into our environment where we notice something out of the ordinary in some way. This is something that's been suppressed in us in urban environments.
Yeah.
It's not lost, but it's suppressed.
Yeah, yes, it's been suppressed. So it's lost to some people because it was suppressed. Yes,
but you can bring it back. You can bring it back with training and exposure. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. So me as a young child exposing myself deliberately to the dark in the woods was my way of training my mind into realizing this is how I get myself through this psychological situation. Because it's all in my head, really. There are no bears or wolves or anything in Scotland. I'm not afraid of those things. They don't exist here. So why would I be afraid of them? Because my natural instincts tell me to be, but it's a case of training yourself by exposing yourself slowly and surely.
Good.
And like I say, now when I go into a woodland, it's still there in the back of my head, but it would be strange to me to not hear something or something like that now. And that we can do that with anything in life. Small amounts of exposure and an understanding as to what it is that we're being exposed to. Then knowledge is power. You know, once you know what you're likely to face, you can face it better.
I was in the middle of Argentina, in the middle of nowhere, and I slept off the roadside. I never had a tent. I just had a sleeping bag and a toothbrush, a little torch, some other little bits. And there was pumas in the area. And I just said, well, it's not my time. So I just had no fear. You hear monks, you hear stories of monks in some places where they're sort of meditating in the forest, and it's completely like they've got no fear, and tigers are walking past. It's like love casts out fear. The love casts out the fear. It's almost like a child, an innocent child, can see a kind of a demonic being, and it's like the being is sort of dumbfounded by the child's innocence. It's almost like that's great power. That little innocence in the child is like astonishingly amazing to these beings. And anyway, yeah, just not having fear, unconditional love.
A sideline to mental preparedness. Say your wife or son or daughter goes into mental distress. They freeze up,
Yeah,
and it lasts for more than just a few minutes. It lasts for several days. Have you prepared for that?
Yeah,
maybe
shock.
weeks, months.
It could be have a complete mental breakdown. That's something to look into. Do
Yeah.
your own research, but I
Yeah.
think that perhaps if that happens with us, I could
Have you ever
assign them
seen that, Bob?
very simple tasks,
Hmm.
very simple. You know, um, whatever the task may be, but
Yeah.
try to remove them from the stressful situation. Get them a place where they could rest and sleep, and feed them well. That's also very important for mental health is good nutrition. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
because
something to look into. You
did
know,
you ever
Good
see
point,
anyone when you
Bob.
was in the army? Did you ever see anyone sort of lose the plot, kind of go nuts?
yes, yes,
You
I
did.
have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I've seen it in a lot of American movies, and they'll have someone, for example, Southern Comfort was one film that comes to mind when they got these guys. They had blanks. They were on a training experience, and
yes,
there was
I'm
some
familiar.
local
Yeah,
people
I'm familiar
who
with the
and
movie.
some in the army training thought it's funny to shoot bullets. Well, but there were blanks, and then these kind of anyway. And another movie was Apocalypse Now, just showing people going completely. Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now.
I think the,
Okay.
the main reason, aside the movies aside, but I mean a large part of the reason for things like PTSD and things like that is they're not properly mentally prepared for these things. And the less prepared you are for those kind of things, the more likely they are to affect you because it's such a shock to the system. And you go into a state of shock. You mentioned earlier about the Falklands War, where Argentinian 18-year-old Argentinian conscripts were put up against the parachute regiment, the Royal Marines. I
Oh,
mean, it's a no-win situation for them. But can you
exactly,
imagine the absolute fear and the paralysis
exactly.
that caused those poor people?
Yes,
And it's a case of taking any kind of one of those, you know, understandings of what's going on there from a human psychological point of view and trying to prepare for it as best as possible. Shell shock wasn't a thing that anybody knew anything about in the First World War.
Yeah.
And yet people were absolutely paralyzed by it. Really strong men. Imagine men sort of back in 1914, they were the proper manly man types, you know what I mean? And they were like full of beans and they would scrap with you down the pub and all that. But then you put them in a dirt hole and subject them to explosions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for a year,
Yeah.
right? Everybody has a point that you just can't take anymore and it destroys them mentally or physically. Everybody's got that. I mean, your brain is just an organ like anything else, and if you stress it enough, it will eventually break. And it's just a case of trying to prepare yourself for that. Now, if that man knew that was going to happen, if you went to that man and says, "Look, for a year solid, this is what's going to happen to you, and this is what it sounds like," and he practiced by hearing a couple of explosions, and then he did some training about being in a trench and hearing those explosions and dealing with them, and maybe some sort of training manual was put in place where they could work out a way of it not affecting them as much. It might still have affected them badly, but they would be in a much better position than what they would have been had they just been told, no, there's something wrong with you. Some of those poor men, by the way, were shot for being cowards because
yeah,
nobody understood what shell shock was back in the
Yeah.
day.
Let's maybe spiral off of that. Okay. Train for it, etc. Prepare for it, etc. Think about what you will do after it happens. If a close friend, neighbor, or loved one goes off the deep end, what are you going to do? I would suggest perhaps some zip tie handcuffs, because someone who's gone off the deep end, you don't know what they're going to do, and or I don't know, have a place to be able to lock them up, or being able to get them into a. What happens with a lot of people in military situations is that when you're under stress for too long and there's no respite, there's no break, and that's when they break. Um, Consider things like that. If there's some way that you can separate that person from the rainstorm that you're in, and take care of them and love them, you know, or if you have to restrain them, that's something to look into. You know.
Yeah, again, this is where the family coherent unit really helps.
Yep.
Because in situations like that, that's where like you would have maybe the women in the household or the younger children caring for their siblings or something like that, or a grandparent taking the reins of trying to help that individual and things like that. But I mean, it's a real thing, Bob. I mean, because
Mm-hmm.
you've got to look at your own family members or the people that are around you and think to yourself, like, I might be able to survive or see my way through most SHTF situations because I believe I can, because I've spent all this time thinking about it and preparing for it.
Yep.
That doesn't mean my teenage son, I don't have a teenage son, but if I did, who thinks that, the internet being down for a day is the world's biggest disaster, isn't going to just immediately have a nervous breakdown in the first 2 days. And how do I deal with that? I mean, it's not like having a rabid dog where you can just sort of put it down because you've got no care for it. I mean, this is a family member who, in all likelihood, you will probably just die for, in most circumstances. So you have to see that ahead of it happening, is what I would suggest. I mean, you could be the strongest willed, most resilient person going, but then when you're actually put into a stressful, dangerous situation, completely collapse and have a complete breakdown. None of us really know how we're going to react unless you've been in that situation before. But what you can do is kind of guess. You can guess. And you can guess with family members as well. I can say, yes, all of my family members are pretty okay. But I've got that one sister who, she will go out of her mind. She will start drinking the hand sanitizer, the thought of the apocalypse, or she'll take a bunch of drugs to try and get herself through the situation because she wants to separate herself out from the chaos. And that will be more of a liability than anything else.
Yeah.
And how do we deal with it?
Look into that, Alan. If you can problem solve before that happens, if you have like I said, a pair of handcuffs or maybe some sedatives available, something like that. Look into maybe you can look into psychology about de-stress. I don't know. It's just something to research. It's another rabbit hole to go down and research into.
Yeah. Again, though, I mean, it kind of falls into that category we were talking about earlier, where you've got the short, medium, and long term. So in the short term, it might be, like you say, restrain the person so they don't injure themselves or someone else. But you can't keep let's say you've got a sort of crazy sister or something. You can't keep her handcuffed in their basement as something chaotic is going on outside. You can't do that for months at a time, because that in itself will
kill them.
Damage the person more. So you might be able to do that for a few hours or maybe even a day until they settle down. But there has to be a next plan. There has to be a medium plan then. And there has to be a long-term plan.
Look into that.
Yeah,
that's
definitely
a
have
project.
to. Yeah,
good project for you to look into. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like learning a little bit of basic psychology or mindfulness or something, or somehow trying to extract the person away from the situation. But I mean, I suppose that's a case by case type thing. You don't really know how to deal with that until it happens, and the kind of person's important as well, because if it's a man, they could be significantly stronger than you, and that's another aspect. So. You've got a little girl who might have a nervous breakdown. You can maybe deal with that much easier than, say, a 22-year-old man who's having the same nervous breakdown, but he's a lot stronger than you now, and that could become a problem as well.
Yeah, I will give you one example of real life. This was after I got through the military and I was working for Boeing, and there was a camping trip. And they invited me to go, but I wasn't able to. And one fellow's, his wife was a very small woman. She had no alcohol tolerance. That woman should never drink. But I ran into a situation with her, emotional, breaking down, screaming, all that. And I never went out with them again. I'm not getting near that shit, But what that little woman did during another camping trip that I wasn't there, She came out of her tent with a loaded 12-gauge shotgun under the assumption that people are harassing her and giving her a hard time, and she's pointing a loaded shotgun at everyone in the camp.
Oh Lord.
That's a true story. And a friend of mine, Rick, he was able to come up behind her and reach out and grab the barrel of the shotgun and the butt, and he just took her right down to the ground and pinned her, and she tried to fight, but he beat the crap out of her and took that shotgun.
Yeah.
Those are things and that wasn't even an SHTF, that was her own mental breakdown because of alcohol. You might run into things like that.
Yeah,
Especially if an alcoholic cannot get alcohol. They are going to break down. They are going to break down.
It's a really good point. I mean, everybody's probably met that drunk who can't handle their drink, and how much of a nightmare that becomes. They can turn a perfectly happy situation or a night out or something into an absolute hell on earth type scenario. Because they can't handle their drink or whatever. And I've had at least one family member in my life do that so much. They were so destructive, and so he's dead now. He literally killed himself with drink and drugs. But it was so destructive, and it was destructive on other people. And that's not even an SHTF situation. That's just normal life.
Normal life. Yeah.
I can't imagine what that person would be like if they were in, say, my house and they were part of my social cohesive clique, and I was trying to deal with something big going on. Those are the kind of things that people do have to deal with and think about.
And we're counting the next important point: mental rest. You need if we go back to my situation with my parents and the whole paperwork thing, and I didn't get any mental rest at all for over half a year. 1.5 years plus 2-3 months. I couldn't rest mentally at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the stress, you can imagine the stress levels were at the Pluto, okay?
Yes.
For that long time. That is a long time. So I'm surprised that I'm still sane. I could be a total nutcase by now.
Many times.
This is why sometimes life is it's a lesson where there is more after here. This is like a kind of this is a learning. We're passing through. Everything's temporary, and it's keeping on the subject now. Mental health preparedness. We're talking about preparing ourselves for death and stuff like that. And you've done amazing, Shadow, because to keep yourself together, and that is the whole purpose of the exercise, was to learn how to keep ourselves together. You've got a family. You've got to carry on. You've got things to do here. So coming back to the subject, how do we? This is for everybody, Bob, everyone, Alan, everyone in the chat. Something to ponder is how do you mentally prepare for you're rationing your food and eventually it's going to run out. So how do you mentally prepare yourself for that? Like Bob said, you might have someone who's frozen, who might, what do you tell them now, children? The food is running out. What are you going to do? How do you mentally prepare for that?
Yeah,
just be direct.
Food's about to run out.
I think it's not a case of hiding the fact that you're in a potentially dire situation. It's like I said earlier when I said, even if I thought for a second that there was no hope, there was no, the path I was on was only going to lead to a cliff here, and death was near certain, I would continue to survive and push myself and bring the people along with me as if that wasn't the case. I would never give up on the idea that something might happen that makes that not the case. I don't believe in this idea of I think we're doomed, so we may as well just sit down and do nothing about it.
So what about using certain things as a therapy course, like learning how to fish, learning how to my supplies are going to run out. We're in a dead situation here. You know, the electricity is going to run out. The generator fuel is going to eventually run out. You know, the solar panels eventually over the years. Wow, it's gone 30 years into, you know, SHTF situation, but is it going to last longer? So maybe a way of learning how to do wilderness survival stuff is good for people. Courses on how to, preparing yourself for your baked beans are going to run out. You know, your candles are going to run out. Your fuel's going to run out.
I think.
Have you practiced wilderness survival techniques? Like we often quote, this is how they survived back then. We can just do that. But for them to get to that level of survival, they had to go through a lot of struggles to get to that point. It's for us to think, well, we can just simply just jump back into how they were living back in those days. Is that a bit of a myth or a bit of not true?
Yeah, I think that I don't think it's true that you could just jump back to those states.
No.
I mean, it's like you say. I don't think. I mean, people will sometimes say, "Well, we went through, we'll survive thousands of years without electricity. We don't need it." Well,
they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't us that survived that.
Exactly. I mean,
it would be a horrendous shock for us.
But Bob said someone would just go into one just because the internet shut down. The children have gone into shutdown because the internet shut down.
Yeah, I mean, but there are things you can do to sort of prepare for that. I mean, obviously, again, this is I'm trying to stay on subject as much as possible, but again, this to me is a difference between a survivalist and a
maybe
prepper.
Games. I don't know. What do you think? Games?
Yeah, I mean, preppers tend, to my mind, preppers focus a lot about having resources that they live off of for a period of time. Whereas survivalists are more about skills, because you can do more with a skill than you can a resource, usually, in the long term, certainly. Not in the short term, which is why it's important to do both. It makes no sense not to prepare for things and just try and rely on skills alone, because you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage by doing that. But if you rely entirely on just stuff, well, the stuff is only going to last as long as stuff lasts.
Exactly, yeah.
And you have to have some sort of skill to fall back on. And to be honest, human beings really don't need that much to survive.
No, that's right.
See, when you really break it down, you really just need cover from the environment. So we need basically 21 degrees of heat. We need shelter from the elements. We need we did a couple of 1,000 calories a day. And we need water and we need air. And as long as you can find a way of accessing those things, and most of those things are quite easy to come by, you'll survive. You might not be surviving good, but you'll be alive. And the more skills that you have on how to get those things and how to maximize each of those things, the less concerned you are about those kind of things. I've got no concern whatsoever about water running out where I live. If all the water in Scotland became contaminated tomorrow for some reason, like it was radioactive, then I would have a different problem to deal with. But that's not my problem at the moment, and it's not likely to be my problem at the moment. So I focus less on that. I think about other things. It's about thinking about what's likely and hedging your preps on that. I think we could, if there was a solar flare or something and we all went back to the sort of Bronze Age all of a sudden, would we survive that? Yeah, of course, some of us would. And slowly but surely we would get back to the way we were now. I mentioned that movie I watched yesterday, The Postman. They were kind of living like it was the 1850s. And then just 20 years later in the movie, they're kind of back to living the way we are now, because they've got themselves together and the technology's there. It's just a case of getting back the knowledge, and they sort of work their way through it. And I think that's what would happen. We wouldn't go back to the Stone Age and stay in the Stone Age. We would very quickly try and advance ourselves forwards. But yeah, there's a lot to be said there, and I believe skills are the most valuable things to learn. I would rather learn a skill than a new prep any day of the week.
And also
You know?
find out what's edible, the edibles out there, what trees do what's medicinal, while you can, try to get ahead of it. Say, okay, my supplies ain't going to last for that long. But wouldn't it be nice to know what can I eat a daffodil? Can
Yeah.
I eat can I eat stinging nettles? What
Well, I'll tell you right. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Daffodils, do not eat them. They're very poisonous. Dandelions, yes, you can eat every
Yes,
part
you
of
can
that
eat
and
them,
the coffee out of
exactly.
it. And what was the other one? Stinging nettles, yes, they're fine. They're full of iron. But what I would say
Exactly.
is learn your environment, learn the place that you live, and do what you're saying right there. Learn some of the skills to live off that land the way that your ancestors probably did or people did before. If they could do it, you can do it. It's just a case of tapping into some of that knowledge. I've been asked before by people, I mean, how do you know what is and isn't edible in the wilderness? How do you know what's poisonous and what's not poisonous? I always say to them, never focus on the stuff that's poisonous. Just focus on the stuff that isn't poisonous, and then assume everything else is poisonous. You know, so you can eat these free plants. That's fine. Just eat those free plants, and imagine everything else is poisonous because you don't want to take the risk until you've got the knowledge. You know, and then if you keep practicing and building these skills, your knowledge base gets bigger and bigger, and you can learn to eat more things and forage more things. But it's very seasonal as well. I tell you what, you can't live off the land in Britain throughout the year unless you're a hunter or a farmer. So the idea that you can wander off into the woods and live off the woods, no, you can't. You would you would survive maybe a couple of months, then you would starve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same climate in Britain as it is where I live, and I verify what you just said.
Yep.
In the wintertime, there's nothing growing. There's
Yep.
nothing. It's brown. It's dead. Everything is dead. And yeah, that's why I've heard more than one prepper. I'll just run off into the woods. Man, you're going to starve to death.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said earlier, survival is actually, when you break it down fundamentally, whether it be mentally or physically, is not that difficult. Most people, all of us have managed to achieve it to this point in life. And people before us in much more hardship managed to get themselves through it. From a wilderness survival point of view, most people don't starve to death in wilderness scenarios. Most people die of exposure. So learn how to not die of exposure first. Learn how to properly dress yourself and keep yourself dry, and how to make the most basic of shelters, or where the most basic shelters are in the place that you live, And from that, once you've got a place you can go to that's dry and you can maybe heat up and bring to the temperature you need, then you can focus on the next thing. And then the next thing after that, do everything in bite-sized chunks and do it, with forethought of, I need this, then I need this, then I need this. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Bob, about giving people tasks as well, even if it's to keep them busy. If I found myself out in the wilderness for some reason in a cabin with my family, and I knew I was going to be there for a few months and I had no supplies, I would task like my children to do something. I would task them to do something like make a bed over there, collect some firewood around about here, get the rubble out of that fireplace so we can prepare it. It doesn't really matter if it's overly helpful or not, but it gives them a purpose, and it gives them a direction to travel in for the next hour or two, and keep them thinking about something else. Because if all they're going to do is sit in a corner and worry, that's not helping them and it's not helping you, because that then becomes the psychological problem. I always like to keep on quoting movies and stuff like that. And in the movie Lost, not Lost, The Edge, if you've ever seen that, they say the most important thing to remember in a survival situation, where the thing that most people die of, is shame. And the idea behind that is they die of despair because they think all is lost. So they just sit down and they die. They don't even try to survive. They just sit down and freeze. Really they're dying of exposure. They're not dying of shame, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Focus on what you're doing and do it, and try and block everything else out from your mind. The zombies are attacking, but I need to build a shelter because it's raining. That's the most important thing to me in that period of time. So for the next 2 hours, that's all I'm going to worry about, building a shelter. Then I'll worry about water or food or warmth or zombies, in that order. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way you have to do it. Because if you try and worry about all of it and you try and deal with all of it all at the same time, you'll end up doing nothing.
Thank you, Grandpa, for subscribing to my channel. I appreciate it.
Oh, I'm gorging myself right now on what's left over from when wife and I went out on a date last night. Went to a nice Mexican restaurant, and Mexican food is good.
You're lucky you've got good Mexican food there. Where I live, there's only one Mexican place, and it's terrible. And I suppose that's probably because the guys who run it are, I think they're Indian or Pakistani. I'm not sure. They're not Mexican, let's put it that way. But they sell Mexican themed food, and it's not that good. I love Mexican food, and I know good Mexican from bad Mexican.
Yeah. Francis Andy says mental health preparedness is necessary and requires practice. I agree.
Yeah.
Then in crisis, you fall back on what you learned. That's also true.
Yeah, that's the autopilot element of it. That's the being able to fall back on your training or your experience or something like that.
Yeah, for an example, those who are combat medics, for example, everything they do it automatically. And why? Because it's in their muscle memory. They don't think, they do. The muscle memory act before their brain does.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's about, they have to have a sort of discipline and a fortitude to focus on the thing that it is they're trying to do. I remember a couple of years ago watching a TV program about, it was called the Real Life ER or the Real Life A&E. You know, it was about doctors and paramedics and all this kind of stuff. And there's like an episode where there's this trauma surgeon, this guy, and he's an amazing surgeon. And like he was literally like a guy got wheeled into his operating room and he's stitching up this guy's heart who had been stabbed in the heart. And he's like in his chest, stitching his heart up. And he's doing all these things and he's talking away and all this kind of stuff. And he says, "Rip, that's me done my part." And he then moves off to another department. Now, if I was inside somebody's chest trying to stitch their heart, that would be the most traumatic thing I could possibly imagine. This doctor was just like, "So, that's lunchtime. What do you want to grab?" It was just another day for him. It was nothing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's where the training comes into it. That's where the practice, that's where the exposure. If that was his first day, I'm sure he would have thought about it a little bit more. But because he did that for 20 years or whatever, that was just another day for him. But of course, he didn't, walk in there for the first, that wasn't his first week of being a doctor. He spent years progressing up to that point and slowly learning through textbooks and practice. And I'm sure he stitched lots of fake hearts before he ever got to the point of stitching a real heart. And that's what survival and prepping is as well. Some people might laugh at us because we pretend or we're kind of LARPing, really, live action role play of let's prepare for this scenario. And they think that's ridiculous. That scenario has never happened and it might never happen. But just like that doctor, I'm still going to practice it and I'm slowly going to hone my skills. And it's kind of fun hobby to have anyway. And if it does happen, I've got the training because I've trained myself to do it. It's the same with the survival stuff. I go out and I build shelters in the woods all the time. I don't ever believe I'm actually going to find myself in a genuine survival situation where I need to build a shelter. It's never happened yet. It possibly could, but I doubt it. But I'm still going to do it. The reason I do it is not because I'm scared of being in the wilderness and having to build a shelter. That doesn't make any sense. I do it because it's an enjoyable thing to do, and I like to have that skill, and I think it's a practical skill to have. And that's why we do it. That's why all of us do these kind of things.
Oh.
Maybe there's something in us as well that recognizes
there's something terribly wrong. Like you say, bigger picture. Something terrible. What makes us, prepare? Okay, we know that throughout history, people are prepared for different things, but maybe I'm questioning what is in our, is there something particular about preppers and survivalists that they've got in their minds, in their DNA? Is there something that we see differently? Is it spiritual? A connection? Is it a natural thing that we're thinking about? Some of us are thinking about. Is it the childhood thing that yearns to go and play in the forest and have a tent and the tree house, or is it something more ancient?
Yeah, I've actually thought about that before, because I think it can be different for different people. I mean, there are definitely some people who just become preppers or survivalists because they just one day they literally just wake up and think that'd be quite a cool thing to get into, and they do it like a hobby, for, just practice. Sofa survivalists, I like to call them, or backseat preppers or whatever. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And then for other people, I think it's just a natural thing. I didn't ever decide to be a survivalist. That's just a name that's kind of labeled on people that are interested in the subject I'm interested in. I started running around the woods and doing survival type stuff when I was 8 or 9 years old. Nobody told me what that was. It was just an enjoyable thing for me to do. And then once I seen people on television and books and things doing the same thing, that put a name to it. I used to watch the Bush Tucker Man and Ray Mears and people like that. And then there was a name. Oh, these are survivalists or bushcrafters. I thought, oh, okay, yeah. I must be one of them then. And I kind of went with that, But I mean, the names are important. There are differences between different names. A bushcrafter is different from a survivalist. A survivalist is different from a prepper. All these names do have meaning. Sometimes they're all the same thing. Sometimes they're not. But for me, it was just a natural thing. For me, it was purely natural. I don't know why. I don't really feel properly alive unless I'm in a wilderness environment and I'm practicing skills that I know is keeping me alive. Being in an environment like this, to me, is the most unnatural kind of environment. Being in the wilderness is the most natural kind of environment. And for some people, it's the complete reverse. I don't understand that. I could never live in a big city unless I was a millionaire. But I would just hate every bit of it. It's too busy. There's too many people. It's too polluted. It's too artificial. The town I live in's got a couple of thousand people in it, and even that's too much for me, to be honest. If I had the money, I would go somewhere very, very remote. But I don't.
It's funny how they claim that it's like the peak of civilization.
Yeah, I don't know if we're in the peak of civilization. I think there's been other times in history where people have believed that. I'm sure the ancient Egyptians thought they were at the peak of civilization, and perhaps they were. Maybe they were. I don't know.
Of what they thought was a civilization.
Yeah, I mean,
their interpretation. People are having different interpretations of what they think is civil, and then they're having disagreements because it's not sort of gelling, or what, but yeah. I like what the tiger does. The tiger's, going through the forest, and then he sees a human being, and he's like, right, I better get out of here.
Yeah.
Survival, oh, they're dangerous, I better keep away from them. Really, really sad that we haven't learned from history, and it's just repeating. And preparing for civil unrest, preparing for breakdown of law and order, and I mean that's a big thing because if you can see, there's issues now before the breakdown of law and order, and then how bad is it going to get when protecting your the people's children, your family. going to be an issue as well as thinking about preparing for death, preparing for food shortages, and
Yeah. Well, fellas, I'm going to bounce out of here. Peace out to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
good talking to you again, Bob.
Just
have a
had
good weekend.
thank you two. Just had a little lunch and now I'll go take a siesta.
Enjoy.
Later, all.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying though. At some point in life, everybody's going to have an extreme stressful moment or an extreme test of their mental faculties or whatever. You know, I'm not wording it very well, but you're going to be pushed. Your mental health is going to be pushed maybe once, maybe twice. Definitely going to happen. I think it's just a natural thing that everybody feels. I know. I mean, I've never suffered from depression or any great stress or anything like that. So I'm very lucky. I've got to this point in life, and it's never been a fact for me, an issue. But I don't write it off as a possibility. I mean, it could certainly happen in the future. Or something terrible could happen in my life that could push me over the edge. You know, and when you start having children and stuff, you always have that worry that something happens to them, it will affect me. So I think it's really just a case of having community, people to talk to, you know, like you guys, even if it's just on the internet. None of us I don't know any of you guys really, other than this, but I know just from speaking to you, you're like-minded in a lot of ways and not so like-minded in lots of other ways. But that's the beauty of it. Nobody wants to be friends with people that are just exactly the same as them. And there's people and organizations out there that can help you if you feel yourself getting to a point where you can't help yourself. Because although I don't have any personal experience myself, I know that there's a tipping point where people can't self-help themselves. You know, that they need, whether it be treatment or counseling or somebody else, but they get to a point where they're not able to get themselves out of the hole. They need somebody else to pull them out. And, you know, there's definitely organizations and people out there that can do that kind of thing.
It's almost like you think to yourself, why do they do that? Why do people, like you see people getting to the point where they're living in drains. I've seen people living like in railway yards, like in a hole. But this guy got, yeah, I live in this hole. What? Yeah, down here I got my computer down there. I got a teapot. Wow, how long you been living down there? For you know, some of them like a year, and you think, wow. And it's almost like as you were saying, yes, there is help out there, and the thing about it is, if you don't chase up your health, no one else will. That's why you just see people just perish because they've not. It's almost like they've got an expectation that mum and dad's going to help, and it's still, you know, like that scenario where you've got a dog that has been left outside a train station and the owner's passed away or something's happened, and that dog stayed there for 5 years in the hope that the owner's going to come back. It's almost like they've got this mental thing in their mind that someone's going to help. Maybe someone's going to help. It'd be nice if someone helps. And it is not. And you do see moments on YouTube, nice moments when you've got people walk up to people and very charitable and give money. They say, do you want the bottle or the hamburger? And the bottle of drink, alcohol, or the hamburger. And a lot of them would just take the bottle of drink. Yeah, I'll have a free bottle of drink, alcohol. And some might go, oh, I'll have the hamburger, please, because I'm really hungry. And the person goes, turns the hamburger over, and it's like $1,000, $1,000. Oh, wow, you're so kind. Why'd you give it to me? Well, because you didn't choose the bottle of drink, and I saw you was hungry and in need. Anyway, you know, so maybe some of them don't. Yes, there is the help, but they've got to, you know, they've got to chase it up. And I don't know. Sometimes people, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to think that people have got this kind of expectation that there could be more love. And how often do you always see as well people that are homeless or poor or whatever, or considered poor, are quite intelligent, you might see a conversation with some of them, and they're really intelligent, or they're really spiritual, or they're deep.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Well, I mean, hey, it's like they say, you're only 3 or 4 paychecks away from being homeless, and that's definitely the case for a lot of people. So people find themselves in predicaments not because they have, they're not intelligent, or they've got some sort of psychological issue, or they're bad people. It's just because they
Yes,
found themselves in
even,
a bad situation.
yes,
They've been
yes.
they've been dealt a bad hand in life, and they found themselves in a place. And yeah, I mean, that happens, and you
Some of
just
them
have to,
even, some people even commit suicide. Like some people, there's the extreme of not, because of peer pressure. Oh wow, I didn't become a lawyer. My father's going to be disappointed. My whole family's going to, the society's going to be disappointed. And oh no, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to have the Audi car and the credit card that I wanted. And some people do commit suicide. It's extreme. Some poor people commit suicide. Ex-soldiers commit suicide.
yeah. I mean, it's an expression of self-destruction or self-termination is the ultimate act of a mental breakdown, unless it's for of course you've got like kamikaze pilots and suicide bombers and stuff doing it for other reasons. But for most part, if somebody kills themselves, it's because they've reached a point in life where they don't think it's recoverable. And the sad reality is that for most of those people, it probably was recoverable.
Exactly. Well, probably,
they
yeah,
got-
100%.
They got to that point where they were not able to dig themselves out of the hole, and there was nobody else there to either identify them, or they didn't reach out in time.
Shame on us. Shame on us in the world. I think it's shame on us that we're not more compassionate and we're not more loving. And it's not easy because if you've not got, you can't just give everybody your stuff because you'll end up with nothing. And you know what the world's like. If you've got nothing, there won't, you'll end up. But it's nice to be able to give. I mean, I wish I was able to give a lot more. But yes, a lot of those people could have been, especially soldiers. Why were they there in the first place? I mean, a lot of them, that's the reason why they committed suicide, because they realised everything was a bit sort of corrupt. And, but where do they turn? Where do you turn? If you realise that the people you're working with are in the wrong, what do you do? Who do you turn to? But yes, there is help. I mean, I hear all kinds of stories of people, recovering or getting away from cults and gangs, mafia gangs. All right, you didn't become a doctor, you didn't become a lawyer. Okay, do something else. You don't have to. It doesn't have, But peer pressure. I went through that. I said to my father, I wanted to be a musician. My son, get a proper job. And yeah. And when I got on the radio in Cyprus, I got on a radio show because I was a musician, and they invited me onto their program. I mean, it's easy to do with Cypriots because there's only 500,000 of them. So if you can sing and play guitar, they're like, okay, would you like to come on our show? Anyway, I went on their program, and my dad was like, yeah, don't forget my name. And I thought, well, you should get a proper job. But anyway, just stay calm. I mean, if the situation's out of your hand, if you've got children, you can't start cracking up. You need to be strong. We're going to find a way. We're going to get through this. And obviously, it's good to start thinking now about those skills like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Having fishing skills.
I think, like Shadow said earlier as well, you said about give yourself time to actually heal. And,
yes,
take yourself out of the stressful situation for a period of time and allow the mind to repair itself like any other part of the body. It needs time. The mind can't just be relentlessly attacked with stress, because eventually it will break entirely. It needs time to recover.
Yeah, sooner or later it will.
So true, yeah. Yeah, because I find myself going through like moments like that, but living in London, and obviously, I wish I was in more of a wilderness type survival. I mean,
Yeah.
sort of wilderness type place. So it, it's very difficult in the cities because what makes them a family in a sense is the consumerism, and it's all fake really. It's all just like pretentious stuff, and which is stressful too because you can get caught up in it. I don't allow it to. It doesn't matter if I've got an old phone or I haven't got the latest clothing, but people do. There's kind of like stages of there's most definitely. I mean, would you say there's a caste system in the UK?
Oh yeah. There always has been.
There's a caste system here, and it's yeah, and everybody wants to keep up with the Joneses. That's the kind of universal mentality now in the world. And it's almost. I went to the supermarket last week, and I was paying for my shopping, and I was putting stuff, through the till, each item, and then I looked up, and I saw my face in front of me on a screen, and I sort of jumped back. Oh, what's that? It's me. Oh, they've put cameras in our faces now, like a screen, and you can see yourself. And there's no privacy anymore. It's crazy.
It's like I always say to people, especially people who live in cities, find a wilderness place. It doesn't have to be a real wilderness, just even a park, but somewhere natural with trees and nature, and just spend a bit of time there. It's
Yeah, I do that as
it's very
every day.
very therapeutic. It's natural, you know. It's good for the mind.
I agree.
And I
Well,
think a lot of, yeah, sorry. I think it's time to wrap up, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, Shadow.
yeah, it's time to wrap things up now. It's late. And besides, I'm gonna pick up my wife at the train
Oh,
station.
wow.
5:40 a.m.
Oh,
So
wow.
I need sleep. I don't want to be a zombie when I drive to pick her up.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me on again, Shadow. It's always good coming on your podcast, and dear love. Even though we had a little bit of a debate earlier, I hold no ill feeling at all. I know you don't either. So
Well, it's good to have a debate. It's good to talk.
yeah. I mean, I'm not against it at all. But it's been a good conversation overall. And definitely, I think in an SHTF situation, in most survival situations, mental health and well-being is probably 80 or 90% of the battle. I really believe that.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm going to jump off then as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to say good night too, and thank you, Shadow.
Thank you. And you're welcome. Well, guys, I will see you again next week, same time, same channel, and with a new topic, whatever it will be. So, take care, stay safe, and remember, be part of the solution, not the problem. And yeah,
God bless
and
you,
we
brother.
are, God bless.